Chapter 706. Su Fengnian shook his head. I didn't have time to take care of him at the time. Of course, the main reason was that I didn't believe in my luck, so I missed the opportunity. There are some regrets, but I don't really regret it. I've experienced Zhao Sun's ability as king of Jing'an. He's very good at enduring, but he's still not as good as his father. Without Lu Su, the king of Jing'an's vassal state would definitely have to be guarded by someone with great talent and bold vision. At that time, Beiliang would feel even more uncomfortable. It's better to let Zhao Sun fiddle around there. The vassal state has to enter the capital to meet the emperor every 4 years. If he dares to bring Lu Su along, I'm worried that he'll be poached. At that time, this once-in-a-century civil official vassal state would become the biggest joke. Su Xiao smiled with gratification. You're worthy of being my son, Su Xiao. You're so domineering. Su Fengnian smiled helplessly. Su Xiao laughed. Outside Dunhuang, 1 man and 1 sword guarding the city gate. That's quite domineering. No wonder that girl Sweet Potato is so dead set on you. Su Fengnian stopped when they were still some distance away from the top of the mountain. Together with Su Xiao, he looked at the panoramic view of Liangzhou. Yi Shizhen and Chu Lushan, one in the open and one in the dark, control the Beiliang spy agency. Since Lu Qiu'er became the protector of Beiliang, she has to spit out a piece of meat. I plan to let Chen Shiliang take care of it. As for Yi Shizhen, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Su Xiao asked softly, why don't you choose Su Beiji? Su Fengnian shook his head. I want him to be wholeheartedly focused on becoming the next administrator. He'll be too distracted if he's involved in the spy agency. Spies are small and meticulous, but the administrator requires big plans. Besides, Su Beiji's health isn't good. I don't want him to follow in my master's footsteps. Su Xiao nodded and gazed off into the distance. As they continued to climb the mountain, Su Xiao said, Wu Qi should have already entered Shu from Beimang and joined Chen Jibao. Su Fengnian said bitterly, this trip to Beimang was very difficult, but I didn't even get to meet this uncle. Su Xiao shook his head and said, maybe you have, but you just don't know. You don't have to think too much about it. The fate between relatives has come to an end. Su Xiao continued, no one's son is born rich, and no one's son can't die. My son is no exception. If he wanted to inherit the family business, he had to rely on himself. For the past 20 years, I have been waiting for you to grow up, while Chen Jibao has been waiting for you to die. My friendship with old Chen's family ended after he went to Iron Gate Pass and tried to kill you and Zhao Kai. This is also good. No one has wronged anyone. Fengnian, I forced you to travel 3 times. Don't blame me for being cruel. Su Fengnian joked, I know you are holding a grudge. I beat you with a broom so many times. Su Xiao almost laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He coughed a few times and drank some warm wine to calm himself down. Finally, they reached the top of Mount Qingliang. The weather was clear and the view was excellent. Su Xiao's body was slouched, and he squinted at the west gate. Among the 6 kings, besides father, the king of Yan, Zhao Bing, has the strongest army. When the emperor wanted to make Chen Jibao the king of southern Jiang, he had the intention of keeping Zhao Bing in check. The king of Guangling, Zhao Yi, was born of the same mother as the emperor and was highly regarded. The beating on the surface was nothing more than an act for outsiders to see. The left servant of the province, Sun Shiji, was made the Guangling magistrate because he was worried that Zhao Yi's methods would be too extreme and cause criticism. It would be difficult to guarantee that the Liang dynasty would be the 3rd hereditary ruler. The emperor's treatment of these 2 men showed how close he was. The king of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, because he was in charge of the 2 Liao, he inevitably had some friendship with me. Over the years, he was dealt with by the emperor and Zhang Jiulu and Gu Jiantang. His situation was indeed a bit bleak. But although he was born in the emperor's family, his personality was rare and straightforward. After a heart-to-heart, he was trustworthy. Not to mention the king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, the king of Huainan of Xiongzhou, Zhao Ying, was originally very similar to the old emperor. It was just that he lacked fate. Moreover, he had to be pure and simple. Among the 5 kings, he was the most severely suppressed and did not have any real power. This time, the kings will enter the capital as usual. I definitely won't go, but Chen Jibao, who has not been made a king yet, is destined to go. Therefore, it will be a big scene of the 6 kings entering the capital. Su Fengnian shook the empty wine pot and asked, "The crown prince has not been decided yet?" Su Shao smiled and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, the 4th prince, Zhao Zhuan, will be made the crown prince before the other princes are made kings. Who let this kid be favored by Yuan Benqi?" Su Fengnian frowned and said, "Isn't it said that the eldest and not the youngest, the legitimate and not the illegitimate? Although Zhao Zhuan is the legitimate son, the 1st prince, Zhao Wu, is the legitimate eldest son." Su Shao handed the wine pot, which was still half full, to Su Fengnian and said calmly, "Zhao Wu's character is unyielding. Now that the world is at peace, what he needs is stability and stability. He does not need a crown prince who is suitable to fight for the throne. Zhao Zhuan is different. He has been smooth and slick in dealing with people for many years. He is destined to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Another important point is that their mother, Empress Zhao Ji, seems to have secretly instilled in them the idea that one day the older brother will be a general and the younger brother will be emperor. Although Zhao Wu has a bad temper, he has believed in Zhao Ji's words since he was young. He also has a very good relationship with his younger brother, Zhao Zhuan. I believe that there will not be too many twists and turns when the crown prince position, which has been empty for more than 10 years, rises to the surface. Fengnian, you have to know that the Green Party, which is attached to the 1st prince, is already divided beyond recognition. The group of scholars in the northern land who are fighting for power with the scholars in Jiangnan, although they have bet heavily on Zhao Wu, as long as Zhao Wu can smoothly go to the 2 Liao provinces to guard the border, Zhao Zhuan will certainly compensate these people when he ascends the throne in the future. For them, their immediate interests will not be damaged, but will instead increase. Right now, their complaints will not be too big, and they will not dare to be too big. As for the 2nd prince, Zhao Bo, who is supported by the most powerful faction in the court, Zhang Jiulu and the emperor are only acting as a smokescreen. It is not worth mentioning. Su Fengnian took a sip of wine. Su Shao smiled and said, "The newly favored eunuch, Song Tonglu, is in charge of the Directorate of Ceremonies." After the cat Han Sheng left the capital, although he has not directly become the head eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonies, he has taken over the Directorate of Ceremonies from his master. The court knows that I will obviously not pay attention to the show of the crown prince ascending the throne and the princes going out, so they had Song Tonglu come to Beiliang in private and bring you 2 sets of the crown prince's makeup clothes. One is red and the other is white. The white set is specially made for you. In the end, they want you to go to the capital to watch the ceremony. Are you going? Su Fengnian asked. 9 deaths. Su Shao shook his head and said, "This time is different. It will be difficult to die even if you want to. The emperor and the empress will protect you from both sides. Now that the situation in Liang has been settled, especially since Chen Jibao has become the king of Shu. If they still want Beiliang to fall into chaos, who will help them block the 1 million Beimang iron cavalry? Without us in Beiliang, even if Gu Jiantang makes the eastern front impregnable, not to mention the emperor, the entire capital will be in a state of panic. Those bastards will only curse me fiercely. In private, they will be glad that they have the 300,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang." Su Fengnian asked, "Last time you entered the capital, as soon as you left the main hall, you crippled an official. Why?" Su Shao smiled and said, "That blind guy said the Beiliang cavalry is a watchdog. I beat him half to death. Look at the civil and military officials, who dared to make a sound. Besides, Gu Jiantang also taught that guy a lesson afterward. Those words even scolded him, the great general. The death soldier appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He said softly, Eunuch Song Tonglu is already outside the mansion. Su Shao asked, are you really going to the capital? Cat Man hasn't been killed yet. Aren't you worried? Su Fengnian shook his head and said, I'm waiting for him to come to my door. Su Shao wanted to say something but hesitated. Su Fengnian suddenly said, I killed Yang Taisui. Do you blame me? Su Shao said calmly, my old brother died a worthy death. The mastermind of the white clothes case in the capital city was the son of the Zhao family, and the mastermind was the sneaky Yuan Benshi. Han Jiaoxi was one of the many masters. As for the celestial state master, it was someone else. Su Shao said softly, let's go down the mountain. On the way down the mountain, Su Shao saw Su Fengnian carrying 2 wine pots in his hands. He said with a smile, you want me to carry them? No matter how old you are, you can still put on armor and mount a horse. Carrying 2 wine pots is not a problem. Su Fengnian slowed down and looked at the bluestone under his feet. He said, I'm old, but I can't die. Su Shao sighed softly, I also want to hold a grandson. Chapter 707. The first 2 chapters have been updated with 10,000 words. The third chapter, 6 Kings Enter the Capital, is at around midnight. P.S. Please automatically subscribe to this book. Song Tonglu, who was not even 30 years old, was the head eunuch of the Imperial Eunuch Bureau, the personal attendant of the emperor who was favored by the empress, and had a secret edict. He could only take a few disguised eunuchs and quietly enter through the side door of Bailiang Palace. When he saw Su Shao at the entrance of the main hall, he didn't dare to look at him. He had the palace guard stay outside the door and quickly stepped over the threshold alone. With a plop, he knelt down solidly. His forehead left a bright red mark as he said in a muffled voice, Song Tonglu of the Imperial Eunuch Bureau greets the King of Bailiang and His Royal Highness. Su Shao and Su Fengnian didn't sit down, but they also didn't move to greet this eunuch who already held great power. Su Shao smiled lightly and said, Song Diao Temple, rise and announce the edict. The titles of Diao Temple and eunuch were not titles that ordinary eunuchs could use. In the imperial palace of Greaton City, there were only a handful of them. Other than Han Shengxian, who had been at the top for many years, Song Tonglu's master, the head of the Imperial Eunuch Bureau, who was only second to the Ceremony Bureau, was one of them. Song Tonglu had been personally bestowed the surname by the emperor and now had a chance to reach the top. It could be said that the student had surpassed the master. The entire court was dumbfounded. When Song Tonglu left the palace, he had already thought it through. If he announced the edict, according to the law, the vassal kings had to kneel. As for whether the king of Bailiang knelt or not, Su Shao could carry a sword into the palace and had the privilege of not kneeling to listen to the edict. However, if he stood there and announced the edict with a serious tone, it would probably be seen as a demonstration. From the beginning, Song Tonglu didn't want to be seen as arrogant. Even though he knew it was against etiquette, after he rose, he still pulled out the yellow secret edict from his sleeve. He bowed his head and walked quickly, handing it to the king of Bailiang with both hands, skipping over the announcement of the edict and ignoring it. Su Shao took the secret edict and casually handed it to Su Fengnian. He then had this rather sensible eunuch sit down. Song Tonglu sat upright and still, looking straight ahead. However, out of the corner of his eye, he still caught a glimpse of the snow-haired Su Fengnian. He was shocked. For some reason, when he looked out of the corner of his eye, His Royal Highness was clearly lowering his head to read the edict. Song Tonglu was able to stand out among the tens of thousands of eunuchs in the palace and climb to the top step by relying on his extraordinary talent for observation. He immediately knew that the young heir had sensed his unintentional spying. He immediately lowered his gaze and only dared to look hard at his knees. Su Shao smiled and said a few words of greeting, Song Jiao Temple has been hard on you. Song Tonglu quickly shook his head and said, I don't dare. This is my duty. Su Shao smiled and asked, Song Diao Temple, why don't you stay in Beiliang for a few more days? This king can entertain you to his heart's content. The young eunuch, who was startled by the mention of Song Diao Temple, quickly got up and knelt on the ground again. He said apologetically, Song Tonglu needs to immediately return to the capital to report. I may not even be able to eat a meal. I hope the king of Beiliang will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Su Shao walked over and helped Song Tonglu up. It's fine, it's fine. We don't need to be so courteous. Let's do it as smoothly as is appropriate. We won't delay Song Diao Temple's return to report. Let's go. This king will see you out. Even though Song Tonglu had trained in the palace for many years and did not lose to any top aces in terms of cultivating the mind, he was clearly a little absent-minded. He said respectfully, I really don't dare to trouble the king of Beiliang. Su Shao shook his head and walked out of the main hall with Song Tonglu. The imperial bodyguards had already handed their luggage to the steward of the king's mansion. The group walked on a quiet path that was not heavily guarded. The bodyguards also walked as if they were treading on thin ice. They took the opportunity to take a few more glances at the back of this king with a different surname. When they returned to the palace, they could boast to their colleagues that they had once been less than 10 steps away from the great king of Beiliang. Song Tonglu had been cautious for many years. Without leaving a trace, he trailed behind Su Shao by more than half a step. When they reached the main entrance, Song Tonglu did not dare to let the king of Beiliang see him off. He immediately stopped. The imperial bodyguards silently filed out, mounted their horses, and waited in the distance. One of the bodyguards clicked his tongue and said, as expected of the great general who destroyed the 6 kingdoms of spring and autumn. Another person asked in a low voice, what's wrong? The bodyguard said in a low voice, there's a murderous aura when you walk. I don't feel it. What do you know? That's because your realm is not high enough. No wonder people say that the king of Beiliang can kill with just a stare. He can directly scare people out of their wits. Fortunately, Song Diao Temple did not offend him. Otherwise, wouldn't we be killed with just a stare? One of the oldest and calmest bodyguards did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard the ridiculous conversation of the younger generation. At the door, Su Shao said softly, everyone says that when you were on duty at the Directorate of Credentials in the Song Diao Temple, you were cautious and conscientious. You were in charge of the ancient and modern collections of literature, pasting yellow papers, and other trivial matters. You did everything in an orderly manner, and you could even write good articles. I'm a rough man, so it's difficult for me to take care of these troublesome things, so I won't talk about it. However, there's one thing that I remember very clearly. The content of the hereditary edict of my family's year of Feng was written by you. Someone in the residence said that you wrote it well, and I'll remember this favor. In the future, if you need my son, Feng Nian, the new prince of Northern Liang, just let me know. I won't dare to boast that I'll help you settle it. Song Diao Temple felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He subconsciously wanted to kneel again. Su Shao held his hands and scolded jokingly, a man has gold under his knees. What is there to kneel for? Song Tonglu, if you have the chance to come to Beiliang Palace again, you don't have to remember this. This has nothing to do with your status. This king is indeed unreasonable and only cares about friendship. Song Diao Temple gritted his teeth and said with a trembling voice, in the future, Song Tonglu will definitely do what I have to do. However, I won't say too much about unnecessary matters. Song Tonglu will only remember these words in his heart and pretend that the Grand General did not mention them. Su Shao nodded, this king will not see you out. Song Diao Temple's scholar bowed with his hands clasped in front and turned to leave. Su Shao slowly walked back to the main hall. He saw that Su Fengnian had finished unpacking his luggage and was pinching the sleeve of a python garment. He was muttering to himself, it looks pleasing to the eye and feels quite comfortable. When the flying sword leaves the sleeve, you have to be careful. If you cut it, who will sew it up? Su Shao joked, are you afraid that you won't be able to find someone to sew it up? There are two groups of refugees from the spring and autumn period that are heading north. I have intercepted many of them. The head of the Bailiang Weaving Bureau was the one who made clothes for the southern Tang imperial family. However, this time, the specific task of sewing your royal robe was given to a few clever and skillful women. That person is just drawing the pattern. He is old and his eyesight is not very good. He is afraid that he will be beheaded at the wrong time. Su Fengnian furrowed his brows and said, your python robe is not good? Su Shao laughed angrily, how can a new king wear old clothes? Our Su family is not that poor. Su Fengnian put down the python robe in his hands and hesitated before saying, I originally wanted to go to the northwest and capture the 100,000 refugees. Since I am going to the capital to observe the ceremony, I will put it aside and go to Great Peace City first. Su Shao asked, when do we move? How many cavalry do we need? Su Fengnian laughed, tomorrow. What cavalry? I am not a vassal king. I don't need to pay attention to ostentation when I go to the capital. Besides, if someone like the king of Yen brings 1,000 cavalry, Han Diaosi will probably have to hide his head and tail. This time, I will open the door to the thief and let the cat kill to its heart's content. Su Shao nodded and said, apart from your own arrangements, I will also secretly hand Yin and Chou over to you. Su Fengnian asked, then what about you? What if Han Diaosi doesn't kill me but you? Su Shao laughed and asked, do you know why the sword god Li Chungang was suppressed in the Tide Listening Hall for 20 years? Do you know who cut off one of his arms when he left the mountain on the dragon tiger demon slaying platform? Su Fengnian was dejected and speechless. Su Shao sat in his chair and said indifferently, go to the capital without worry. You don't need to worry about father's safety. There are as many people who want to kill me as carps crossing the river. I have plenty of ways to deal with them. Yin's sinister voice entered the father and son's ears again. Nangong Push has already returned to the pavilion. Xianyuan Qingfeng is in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Both of them are heavily injured. Su Fengnian asked, Wu? Yin replied stiffly, reporting to your highness, they are safe and sound. In the eyes of the earthly branch loyalists, the life and death of their comrades were insignificant. Su Fengnian stood up and went to the tide listening lake. The young loyalist squatted by the lake, sulking. Su Fengnian walked over and saw him turn around with a guilty expression. He laughed and said, go eat your meal and then come with me to the capital tomorrow. There will be plenty of opportunities to exchange blows with Han Diaosi. The youth jumped up and smiled brightly. Really? Su Fengnian raised his leg as if he was going to kick him into the lake. This lively and not gloomy youth grinned and jumped into the lake himself, happily paddling to the opposite shore. Su Fengnian smiled knowingly and walked toward the pavilion in the middle of the lake. As he approached, he saw Xianyuan Qingfeng sitting dejectedly against a pillar. Su Fengnian narrowed his phoenix eyes and sat down lazily. He mocked, both of you are Xian finger experts, but Han Diaosi, the number 2 Xian finger expert in the world, is much more powerful than you, old Daoist. Xianyuan Qingfeng said sternly, wait until I reach heavenly phenomenon. Chapter 708. Su Fengnian said softly, have you forgotten that Han Diaosi is best at killing heavenly phenomenon cultivators with his finger? That's why there's the saying that those below earth immortals are invincible. Don't feel aggrieved. When it comes to martial arts realms, comparisons are odious. There will always be a higher mountain. I know you want to become someone like Wang Xianji, but before that, you still have to relax. There are many things that can't be rushed. There are 800 unorthodox paths and 3,000 heretical paths. You've chosen an extremely steep and narrow path, so you have to cherish your life even more. As for me, I've briefly entered pseudo-heavenly phenomenon. It can be considered a fleeting moment, but there's one thing I can tell you. Once you ascend, you might become the first heavenly phenomenon cultivator in 300 years to be struck by heavenly tribulation. Heaven's net has long arms. You won't be able to escape. Xianyuan Qingfeng's face instantly paled. Su Fengnian stood up. Come with me. Since you've given me your proof, I can do a big business with you without worry. What I'm giving you is priceless. Even if you give yourself to me, I don't think you'll lose out. For the first time, Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't retort. She quietly followed behind Su Fengnian. It seemed that her failure to encircle and annihilate Han Diaosi had caused her arrogant and lawless character to settle down. Su Fengnian pushed open the door and entered the tide listening pavilion. He brought Xianyuan Qingfeng directly to the 8th floor. The red robe appeared in the corridor, displaying Xidagarba's compassion. Su Fengnian smiled. Don't force yourself and enter. You'll lose your cultivation for nothing. The door opened and closed. Xianyuan Qingfeng saw an unforgettable scene. 9 imperial jade seals of different sizes. They hovered in the air. They hovered in the same position as the 9 kingdoms of spring and autumn. Su Fengnian stood still with his hands clasped behind his back. Calmly, he said, later Sui, West Chu, Southern Tang, Western Shu, Northern Han, and Great Wei. After the fall of these 6 countries, the names of the countries recorded in the history books were all destroyed by Su Shao. In order to commend Su Shao for his military exploits, the Liang imperial court bestowed 5 imperial jade seals to the Su family except for the missing West Chu emperor's seal. Back then, De Chu was regarded as the orthodox of the Central Plains largely because it had been passed down from the Emperor Qin's seal of destiny. Later on, it was separated by the spring and autumn period. Various countries had copied it or simply reprinted it. There were all kinds of names for it, such as seal and treasure. Of the 9 pieces you see, 3 of them are imitations made to make up the number 9. The Tide Listening Pavilion has 9 floors for a reason. I know what you want to ask. Since the imperial court only bestowed 5 and imitated 3, where did the last one come from? We're in the same boat, so there's no harm in telling you. Beiliang Palace secretly hid the little princess who carried West Chu's fate. Do you see that smallest imperial jade seal? It's only 4 inches wide, but it's the genuine yellow emperor's Yang seal of the Great Qin. As for the Yin seal, I've entered Emperor Qin's mausoleum in Beimang. However, that person wanted to keep it for himself and was only willing to show me the tip of the iceberg. I only wanted to save my life and escape, so I didn't have time to look into it. My younger brother, Huang Manor, won't be able to enter heavenly phenomenon for the rest of his life. Hong Shixiang abducted my older sister, and in order to return the favor, he severed the fate of the 5 nations. Beiliang didn't have a single bit of it on the surface, but it split into 3 portions and flowed into Liyang and West Chu's pillars of fate. Su Fengnian ignored Xianyuan Qingfeng's dumbstruck expression and pointed at West Chu's national seal. It was completely colorless before and looked no different from ordinary jade. However, after the bull-riding flying sword severed the fate, it shone brightly. Apart from the fact that it still can't compare to the Liyang imitations, it's already far more brilliant than the 7 imperial seals. This talisman formation is an item that steals the fate of the world. Chao Chongqing is already preparing to revive his nation, and I estimate that he'll take back West Chu's national seal in a few years. Rather than letting him take it away for nothing, I'd rather sell it to you. You can carry it with you for the next 2 years and slowly absorb it. When you reach heavenly phenomenon in the future, you can use it to resist the heavenly tribulation. Although the fate of the imperial seal is only 100th or 1,000th of that of a dynasty, if you monopolize it, I estimate that you won't become the shortest-lived heavenly phenomenon expert in the world. Xianyuan Qingfeng asked in a low voice, then what about your little brother that my father said could only reach the finger-profound realm? Su Fengnian's lips twitched. At least you still have some conscience. One less Great Qin Yang seal, which is bound to be lost, but there are still 8 remaining. Moreover, I'll never let my Huang manner enter heavenly phenomenon in this lifetime. This talisman formation is just a precautionary measure. Besides, Huang manner is different from you. Even if this talisman formation is beneficial to him, it's only a temporary solution. In the end, whether it's your current finger profound realm or your future heavenly phenomenon realm, it's like a child's play in front of Huang manner. Xianyuan Qingfeng said calmly, but I won't stop at heavenly phenomenon. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a smile. He stepped forward stealthily and reached out a hand to grab the West Chu imperial seal. Like a python drawing water, as the imperial seal was pulled toward Su Fengnian's hand, a series of mysterious ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. The other 8 imperial seals trembled incessantly. When Su Fengnian grabbed the imperial seal, the ripples on the surface of the water gradually became as calm as a mirror. Su Fengnian turned around and handed the imperial seal to Xianyuan Qingfeng. Her expression changed drastically, and her entire hand turned from red to purple. Su Fengnian gloated. Hot. Don't let go. Xianyuan Qingfeng endured the stabbing pain in her heart and said angrily, why doesn't it feel strange in your hand? Su Fengnian said self-deprecatingly, there's no pitiful wretch in the world who has more luck than me. If I, as the eldest son of Su Shao, wanted to hold this West Chu imperial seal before the Iron Gate Pass intercepted and killed Zhao Kai, I'm afraid I'd have to break one of my arms if I wanted to live. Xianyuan Qingfeng almost fainted from the pain, but not only was she unmoved, she even tightened her grip on the imperial seal. Su Fengnian sighed inwardly. What an unreasonable crazy woman. He said, half of your life is yours, and the other half is mine. Do you agree? Xianyuan Qingfeng said straightforwardly, yes, but it'll only count if I survive after I enter heavenly phenomenon. Su Fengnian smiled helplessly. Would it kill you to lose out a little? Xianyuan Qingfeng snorted coldly, but there was an inexplicable smile in her eyes. Su Fengnian walked to the door. Go downstairs yourself later. Xianyuan Qingfeng simply drifted out as soon as she stepped out of the door. Su Fengnian shook his head and closed the door. After going downstairs, he easily found White Fox in the outer corridor, who was in a daze. Su Fengnian comforted her. Hey, hey, hey. It's not shameful that you can't beat Han Diaosi, who's number 10 in the world. It just means you haven't entered the top 10 yet. White Fox, who was hanging from her waist, didn't say anything. She turned around and walked into the building. Su Fengnian asked, I'm going to the capital tomorrow. Han Diaosi will most likely come after me. Are you interested? White Fox stopped in her tracks. Are you that afraid of death? Su Fengnian muttered, you're so heartless. White Fox turned around and smiled. Don't worry. My state of mind won't be affected and stagnant because I can't kill Han Diaosi. I'm the same as your Bailiang cavalry. We're on the path of fighting to support ourselves. There will be a few big defeats in the future. It's fine as long as I don't die. Su Fengnian didn't give up and asked again, you're really not going to the capital? White Fox said playfully, why? Do you think you'll lose face if you don't bring me, the number 1 beauty in the world, with so many beauties in the capital? Murderous intent, murderous intent. Su Fengnian, whose crooked intentions were exposed, fled downstairs in a panic. White Fox didn't chase after him. After crossing the threshold of this floor, her state of mind calmed down inexplicably. She said sadly, I didn't expect this place to become my home. Where should I die in the future? The afterglow faded and the twilight gradually deepened. Su Fengnian unknowingly came to the lakeside cottage among the reeds. He didn't look for Pei Nanwei, who lived here alone. Instead, he walked along a dirt path that led to the tide-listening lake. Perhaps it was because she had stepped on it so many times that it was flat and soft. The autumn reeds that were taller than a man gradually turned frosty white. The wind blew like fluffy snow. A wooden ferry that was dozens of feet long was built beside the lake. Su Fengnian took off his shoes and socks and put them aside. He lay back and closed his eyes to rest. After an unknown period of time, he heard a faint sound. The barefoot woman sat down beside him with her arms around her knees. After a long silence, she finally said, "Now I'm happy. You're worse off than me. It's karma." Su Fengnian didn't open his eyes. He said softly, "Reed ropes made from reeds can be used to hang and ward off evil spirits. Spring reeds can be used to make flute membranes. Whether it's to ward off evil spirits or flute membranes, the reeds are not for you to make scarecrows to curse me." Pei Nanwei rested her chin on her knees. A cool breeze brushed her face. She said softly, "According to the laws of the vassal states, this year the vassal king is going to the capital to meet the emperor. Are you going? If you're going, take me with you. I've never been to Great Peace City in my life. I want to take a look. After that, I'm willing to die of old age here." Su Fengnian stood up. He broke off a reed and sat on the edge of the wooden bridge. "I'm going to the capital, but I'm not taking you with me." Pei Nanwei said calmly, "Fine. Then I'll continue to make scarecrows to curse you to die a horrible death." Su Fengnian turned his head and said, "Do you believe that I'll slap you into the water with one slap?" Pei Nanwei shook her head. Su Fengnian turned his head and ignored this woman who had always been muddle-headed. Pei Nanwei sat next to him and then lightly kicked his foot. "Take me with you? I only have one unfulfilled wish in my life. I can be your servant girl." Su Fengnian firmly said, "No. Not only will I serve you tea and call you grandpa, but I'll also massage your shoulders and call you Gongzi. I don't care. I'll play chess with you and help you study. How much is it worth? When you're not happy, this servant will smile and be willing to be hit. I have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Warm the bed." "What? Warm the bed? Good, it's a promise. We'll leave for the capital tomorrow. Remember to bring some elegant and beautiful clothes so you can wear them. Don't forget rouge and powder. It's not good to put on too much. Just a little is enough. Then there's the time to warm the bed." "I'm not going." "You're really not going?" This place is pretty good. You want to fight with me?" Su Fengnian stood with a smile. He bent down and placed the autumn reed on her lap. Then he picked up his boots and socks and left the reed marsh. Chapter 709. 3 chapters, more than 13,000 words have been updated. P.S. I won't stop updating tomorrow. A carriage slowly drove out of the western gate of the prefecture city. The coachman was a muscular young man with dark skin. Beside him sat a woman in green who was teaching him how to drive the horse. Fortunately, the horse was a good one chosen from the best of the best. Otherwise, it would have swerved and bumped into many pedestrians before it left the city. There was only a man and a woman in the carriage. They were both young. The woman was dressed in purple and had an eerie air about her. The young man had white hair and a white python robe. Perhaps it was because of his identity, but he was much more imposing than the woman. This was the only python robe in the entire Liang dynasty. If one didn't look closely, it was no different from a rich white robe made of silk. But if one looked closely, it was extremely exquisite. The 9 pythons spat out pearls, vivid and lifelike. Su Fengnian simply went to Graydon City. It was better than the first time he went out, but much worse than the second time he went out with 100 riders. Princess Jing and Pei Nanwei didn't have the face to show up. She couldn't go to the capital to take a look. She would probably have to kill a few more people to vent her anger. Fortunately, there was a large patch of reeds in the middle of chaos and there was no lack of reeds throughout the year. Su Fengnian went to the capital for the first time in his life. He brought 2 famous inkstones. Baiba City had already given them to Chen Shiliang, so of course they weren't included. One of them was unique to Liangzhou. It was a frozen iron inkstone that was fished out from the bottom of the river. It was said that the brush was as sharp as an awl. It was in line with the valiant customs of Beiliang. The other was Xianyuan Qingfeng's Shiil yellow stone Rui vase ink stone. It was a specialty near Mount Hui. Hui and Zhou's ink stone were competing for the title of the best ink stone in the world. There was a saying that Hui was like an official and Zhou was like a beautiful woman. Su Fengnian took advantage of the opportunity and said, "You and Hui are close to each other. Give some to me later, the more the better." The scholars of Beiliang liked this kind of thing. They were very willing to spend a lot of money for this. In Beiliang, other than salt and iron, we don't have any other means to make a profit. If you give me those secret manuals, I can't just set up a stall and sell each book for a few thousand taels of silver. It's much simpler to sell famous inkstones, and it's also more elegant. Moreover, in the future, Beiliang's civil officials will become more powerful. If you send the ancient inkstone over, you can even give it away. Every penny I can help Su Xiao save is a penny. Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered. Are you still His Royal Highness who spent money like water in brothels? I heard that even if you bump into a ranger, they'll chase after you and give you money. Su Fengnian smiled calmly and said, "You don't know how expensive food is until you're in charge of the household. Besides, you can do whatever you want. After all, there are many things that you can't do as you wish. It's not only you Jianghu people who have no choice." Xianyuan Qingfeng stared at him for a long time. Su Fengnian acted as if he didn't see it. He continued, "Think about whether there are any side doors that can bring Beiliang rolling in wealth. The biggest Pishio in the world is the military. Beiliang cavalry has 300,000 men. To outsiders, it's a miracle that they haven't lost any men after so many years and can still fight. However, I'm not going to tell you about the hardships involved. You're a rich young lady who's been holding a bag of gold, bullets, and birds since you were young. You won't understand even if I tell you." Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered. "Isn't it also not easy for me to be in charge of Mount Hui?" Su Fengnian said sarcastically, "In any case, you only want to raise your cultivation level. You don't care about the Xianyuan family at all. How can you call your method of being in charge of a household that drains the pond to catch fish? You spendthrift woman, you might as well just break the pot." Xianyuan Qingfeng faintly looked angry. Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, "There's no point in chatting with me. Think about serious matters. I'm not joking about making money." Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered but didn't say anything. After a while, Su Fengnian frowned and asked, "You farted?" Xianyuan Qingfeng was furious, and his killing intent overflowed and filled the entire carriage. Su Fengnian held his belly and laughed. "I'm just teasing you. It's very fun." Xianyuan Qingfeng restrained his killing intent and said stiffly, "I should have killed you in the lantern market back then and ended everything." Su Fengnian rested his chin on one hand and stared at this woman who had become friends after a fight. His smile was intoxicating. Xianyuan Qingfeng turned her head away and meditated quietly. Her uncommon martial path seemed like a shortcut, but it was actually a complicated path. One had to know that her memory wasn't inferior to Su Fengnian's. She had browsed through the books in the Great Bull Gang library since she was young. She also had Xianyuan Jingcheng, who had entered the Saint Realm earlier than Chao Chongqing, left behind detailed insights. When it came to opportunities, everyone had their own fortune. Wooden Sword Wenhua was like this when he met Huang Sanjia, and so was Yuan Tingshan, who became more courageous with every setback. As for those peak figures who had been famous for a long time, there was no exception. Su Fengnian suddenly said, "If you happen to fancy a suitable man one day, remember to invite me to your wedding." Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered and said, "One more thing, and I'll pull out your thing and let you become a eunuch in the palace." Su Fengnian rolled his eyes and said, "With your morals, don't even think about getting married in this lifetime." 1,000 elite cavalry headed north from the southern border of the dynasty. Chapter 710. In the middle of the cavalry, there was a luxurious carriage. Purple smoke rose from the incense burner in the carriage. A middle-aged elegant man with a red sandalwood flower hairpin in his hair was gently patting the refreshing fragrance of the dragon saliva. He looked at the smoke swirling around his palm and enjoyed it. Occasionally, he would write in the air and murmur to himself. Logically speaking, there were 1,000 king's cavalrymen outside the carriage. He should be the king of Yanji, Zhaobing, since he occupied the carriage alone. Hearing a rider knocking on the outer wall of the carriage for more than 10 times, the scholar-like handsome man lazily lifted the curtain. The strong man outside was dressed in casual clothes. He smiled and asked, "Nalan, are you sure you don't want to try riding a horse?" Seeing that the king of Yanji was about to put down the curtain, the rough-looking rider said helplessly, Okay, I'll call you Yusi, okay? You really need to exercise your body. It's always right. The scholar smiled and said, there are many ways to maintain one's health. There are hundreds of ways to maintain one's health. The rider felt a headache. I'm afraid of you. You sit in your carriage, and I ride my horse. Well, water doesn't interfere with river water. The scholar smiled and said, come up and sit. I'm just in the mood. I'll read the Din Fu Jing for you. The rider pretended to be angry. Are you the king of Yanji or am I the king of Yanji? The scholar still smiled faintly. There are 10 accidents in the world. When people see that there is nothing in front of them, they are relieved. If you want to get on the carriage, I'll tell you about the accidents of this trip to the capital. The rider snorted coldly, this time I won't fulfill your wish. The gentleman who was called Nalan and then changed to Yusi smiled and put down the curtain. The rider sighed heavily and obediently got on the carriage. The rider, king of Yanji, Zhaobing. The scholar was the dynasty's most famous strategist, Nalan Yusi. King of Guangling, Zhao Yi, took 800 cavalry to the north of the capital. Before leaving, he made a special trip to say goodbye to the administrator, Sun Shiji. As a result, he was given a big cold shoulder. There were more than 10 carriages in this cavalry group, and the 2 largest carriages belonged to the vassal prince, Zhao Yi's son, Zhao Yuang, whose weight added up to 700 caddies of meat. The road that had long since been cleared of passers-by was spacious and quiet. The carriages traveled side by side. Crown Prince Zhao Yuang, who was as fat as a pig, pulled open the curtain and shouted, "Father, isn't that old son too arrogant? Not even giving you face? Are you trying to rebel?" Inside the carriage, Prince Guangling was like a small mountain. The 2 beautiful maids could only sit on his thighs. Zhao Yi threw a glance at one of the beauties. She smiled charmingly and lifted the curtain. Only then did Zhao Yi say lazily, "Piaoer, thank you for your auspicious words. It would be better if the Grand Preceptor rebelled." The chief strategist of the spring snow building rolled his eyes. Beside him was a famous general of the dynasty, Lu Sheng, who was riding a red horse, looking majestic and heroic. The 2 formed a sharp contrast. The strategist with 2 tufts of goatee lifted his sore buttocks and rode closer to Lu Sheng, who would be the 9th general after entering the capital. He asked softly, if Sun Shiji really flirts with Chao Chongqing and is determined to restore the country, when the time comes, Beimang will coordinate from the inside and outside. Not to mention that General Gu will have no time to care about the northern front. The troops stationed in the capital will also not dare to easily go south to help. Our king of Yan in the south will be happy to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The people of West Chu who wanted to rebel were like wildfire that could not be burned away by the spring wind. Our Guangling Dao without you, General Lu, is really a house full of misfortunes, but when it rains, it pours. The Liang dynasty had a total of 8 generals. Beiliang had the vassal king Su Shao and the protector general Chen Jibao. In the imperial court, there was the minister of war Gu Jiantang and the old general Gong Sun Yongla who had dominated the Liangliao Pass all his life. The other 4 were also old generals who had outstanding military achievements in the spring and autumn period. However, these 4 mostly retired and returned to their fields. Only one of them entered the Ministry of Revenue, which had nothing to do with them. Lu Xingxiang was about to leave the Guangling Dao and be promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War. He would be on the same level as the Tangxi sword Immortal of the Lu family in Gangnam-do. During the spring and autumn period, there were many exciting battles, such as the battle at the Imperial Concubine's Grave, the bitter battle at the Western Wall, the 10-year-long battle at Xiangfan City, and General Gu Jintang's invasion of Xiongzhou. However, the 2 battles that were praised by the militarists as the most agile were Chu Lushan's opening of Shu and Lu Xingxiang's invasion of Dongyue on a snowy night. Lu Xingxiang was one of the few famous generals in the world. Without a doubt, he went to the capital to enter the Ministry of War that Gu Jiantang had gradually left. It was more natural than Lu Baijie, who had no achievements. Lu Xingxiang laughed coldly, "If Sun Shiji dares to rebel, I dare to kill him myself." The advisor with the goatee, who was known as the Lord of the Spring Snow Building, laughed. The king of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, led 500 cavalrymen down south. He was the only vassal king who went down south to meet the emperor. Zhao Sui's face was dry and solemn. He sat in a simple carriage and was deeply worried. His son, Zhao Yi, blended into the cavalrymen and was exactly the same as the ordinary cavalryman. Because of his good relationship with Su Shao in the early years, he had been troubled by him for so many years. That year, he fell into a trap set up by the capital. More than 30 of his elite subordinates were demoted or sent away. People's hearts were shaken and their vitality was greatly damaged. They had not recovered yet. Zhao Sui put down a military book in his hand and smiled bitterly. "Lame Su will definitely not be willing to come. I don't know if the notorious nephew has the courage." 300 cavalrymen set off from Xiangfan City. It was the same as the relationship between the king of Yan and Nalan Yusi. The one who rode the carriage was not the king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, but the blind advisor. Zhao Sun felt refreshed. With Lu Su's strategy, the Song family, which was supposed to dominate the literary world for 3 generations, collapsed like a paper tiger. This old man Song vomited blood on the sickbed and died of anger. The king of Huainan, Zhao Ying, who was recognized as the most cowardly person in the dynasty, only brought a few dozen cavalrymen to the capital. He was drunk in the carriage. Looking at the many jars of wine at his feet, he was probably drunk more than sober. When he was sleeping, a lone cavalryman brushed past his pitiful cavalryman. It was the white clothes plum wine of Shishu. Chapter 7:11. Wen Hua, who was still carrying a wooden sword, felt aggrieved the entire way. With great difficulty, he finally managed to escape from northern Mang to Liang's borders. Originally, he wanted to make a trip to northern Liang first and present the entire set of erotic paintings that he had painstakingly bought to little Nian. In the end, old man Huang refused, saying that he wanted to send him on his way. Wen Hua was so angry that he was about to die. The penniless wanderer immediately prepared to walk to northern Liang, but he never thought that old man Huang would threaten him that he would not be able to meet him in the capital after he left. Even after Wen Hua let loose a torrent of abuse, he still insisted on going to northern Liang. For the first time ever, old man Huang softened his tone, saying that they would meet sooner or later, and that they might even meet in the capital. Only then did old man Huang give up on Wen Hua's idea. The two of them bought a worn-out carriage. Wen Hua, on the other hand, was already very content with his life. However, after traveling for a few li, he urged old man Huang not to ride a carriage. They were both people of the Jianghu who had practiced martial arts, so they needed to train and temper their bodies. Thus, the two of them might as well ride a horse. How could old man Huang not know that this brat wanted to ride a horse alone to show off his wealth, so that he could show off his meager prestige? In truth, he did not agree at first, but later on, he could not stand Wen Hua's nagging and had no choice but to fork out money to buy him a mule. Even until now, the wanderer, who was so useless that he only had a wooden sword, did not pay attention to particular things. Riding a mule like a fine horse, he was still very proud of himself. With the mule under his buttocks, Wen Hua, who has the world in his hands, asked with a mischievous grin, "When we arrive at the capital, who should I find to compete with? Let me say this first, when I fought in the arena to steal a bride and was beaten down, Xiaoyan would carry me away. When the time comes, don't leave me to die." Old man Huang, who was driving the horse, said indifferently, "Dongyue sword pools by Jiangshan." Wen Hua gasped and laughed mischievously. "Dongyue sword pool? I've heard that they're extremely powerful. Can you change to another one? It's not that I'm afraid of them, but when experts exchange blows, they should at least let me warm up first, right?" Old man Huang sneered. "Sure, Qi Jiajia." Wen Hua asked cautiously, "What do you do? Among the 18 martial arts, which one do you practice?" Old man Huang said unhappily, "The number 1 swordsman in the capital." Wen Hua smiled apologetically. "Old man Huang, didn't I ask you to find an expert who's slightly inferior? His reputation is so great, it's not suitable." Old man Huang asked, "Find someone with a smaller reputation?" Wen Hua shamelessly nodded with all his might. "Let's do it slowly, step by step. You won't become a fatty in one bite, right?" Old man Huang nodded. "Then find a woman called Suihua, the maid of a swordsman. Is that okay?" Wen Hua really did not have the face to say no. After pondering for a while, he felt that a maid could not be that fierce. He patted his chest and said heroically, "Sure, why not? If you're a man, you can't say no." Old man Huang glanced at him. Wen Hua was enraged. He said angrily, "I'm just a fledgling who hasn't tasted meat, so what? Why don't you find me a woman with a thin waist, a bun, and a big butt?" Old man Huang said calmly, "Okay, I'll find you one." Wen Hua asked probingly, "You're not bluffing me? Don't paint a picture on paper. At that time, I'll hate you for the rest of my life." Old man Huang simply couldn't be bothered to speak. Wen Hua was amused for a moment, and then he asked with slight melancholy, "Old man Huang, what realm am I at exactly? You only taught me 2 moves, and I started practicing the sword late. Can I really defeat others? Tell me if I'm at the 3rd rank or not." Old man Huang chuckled. "3rd rank?" When Wen Hua heard the word chuckle, he instantly shuddered. Besides feeling lingering fear, he slightly missed the young woman who was unable to leave the small tea house for some unknown reason. Her temper was slightly bad, but she didn't speak much. For a woman, this was not easy. Wen Hua didn't think too much about her, and he asked carefully, "Then you should at least be at the 4th rank, right?" Old man Huang said impatiently, "Why do you care about all this? If you encounter an enemy, just strike once. If the first strike doesn't work, strike a second strike. If you can't beat them, then scram." Wen Hua made a habitual action of touching his crotch, and he sighed. "Motherfucker, I chatted with little Nian for half a day before I came up with a few domineering titles like the number 1 sword in the Central Plains. Looks like when the time comes, even if I become famous in the capital, I'll definitely be called 2 swordsmen." Old man Huang smiled and asked, 2 swordsmen doesn't sound good? Then how about 2 swordsmen? 2 swordsmen is fine too. Wen Hua fumed with anger and cursed. 2 swordsmen Hua your ass. Old man Huang sighed. 2 strikes aren't enough. There are many. If Li Chungang hadn't been delayed by the 2-sleeved azure snake all those years ago, he would have entered the great realm of sword immortals that opened the gates of heaven with a single strike. How would he have been in such a miserable state later on? Now that Dong Tai has headed to the Eastern Sea, isn't it because he wants to return 10,000 swords to one? Wen Hua was displeased when he heard this. Old man Huang, it's really unkind of you to point fingers at these 2 old and new sword gods like this. The old man smiled light-heartedly and paid no attention to him. He glanced at the carefree wanderer who was new to the world. 2 strikes to 1 strike, that's the difference between heaven and man. Kid, can you really pass that hurdle I've set up for you? When the time comes, will you choose to be a sword immortal of the land, or will you choose to be a pipe dream? The late Emperor Liang had once said that all outstanding talents would enter his trap. Chapter 7:12. Outside the east wall of the palace, the area where the 6 ministries and other government offices were located was known by the people of the capital as Zhao family's garden. Every morning and evening, the officials of the capital would enter and leave the government offices, and the carriages and horses would carry carts big and small that had jumped through 1 or more dragon gates. The fact that the Hanlin Academy could occupy an area in Zhao family's garden, where even 1,000 gold couldn't buy an inch of land, and had connections between the 6 ministries, showed how noble and extraordinary the Huang men were. The Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu came from this place, and had been unknown for a whole 20 years before he gained the upper hand. This made the 40 or so Huang men very confident. Moreover, Jean Lanting came from this place, which had produced many famous officials, and became a close official of the emperor, which made people envious. Unfortunately, not everyone could enter this place. However, most of the Huang men could survive for a few years and enter the 6 ministries to take up important positions. There were also some who sat here for decades and didn't make any progress. Of course, they were knowledgeable, but they didn't have the ability to exchange their reputation for a real official rank and real money. At most, they secretly earned some money. What made people not know whether to laugh or cry was that this kind of income was made from silk cloth or white rice, and the writer didn't use his hands to write anything. One could imagine how much these pedantic Huang men cherished their reputation. Jean Lanting was once an exception. After he left the Hanlin Academy to take up the position, a small Huang man from an aristocratic family used countless favors from his family to be promoted. The position of the small Huang men was still empty, which made those outstanding officials in the imperial court feel embarrassed. It was said that the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel almost got into a fight with General Qing Che after leaving the palace. However, for the Huang men who were already in the position of Huang men, these were all idle gossip. The only one who couldn't laugh was Song Kelly. This old man Song was so angry that he couldn't keep his integrity in his old age. The second master Song had to take the blame and resign from the right chancellor of the Imperial College. He closed the door and refused to receive any guests. He finally won a little in the open and covert competition with the left chancellor Lu Daolin, but suddenly he was defeated and disappeared. As for the young phoenix of the Song family, she wasn't affected, but in the Hanlin Academy, she was on the verge of collapse. Those who seemed to be close friends with gentlemen were gradually getting closer to her, and her face was even more fickle than a woman's. There was only one person who was the laughingstock of the Hanlin Academy. He was originally just a nodding acquaintance with Song Kelly, but now that the phoenix was in trouble, he took the initiative to get closer to Song Kelly. Today, he brought a pot of apricot wine to Song Kelly to learn from each other. In the Liang Imperial Court, only the Hanlin Academy allowed drinking during the day. As long as it didn't affect official business, it didn't matter if they were sleeping or snoring. His Majesty once visited the Hanlin Academy without warning in winter a few years ago. When he saw a drunken Huang man who was still reciting poems in his sleep, everyone was scared silent. Unexpectedly, the emperor, who was known for his diligence, just smiled and put a fox fur coat on that guy. He said to the other Huang men, "I won't allow myself to be lazy, I won't allow other officials to be lazy, but I will allow you to be arrogant because of your talents." This became a popular story in the imperial court. Song Kelly, who had nothing to do, was immersed in reading a book that he had read many times. The Huang men, who was said to be in his 50s but looked like he was in his 40s, sat down with a smile and put the wine pot on the desk. Song Kelly looked at this senior from the Hanlin Academy who did not know how to curry favor with him and could not help but sigh in his heart. He did not feel grateful, but rather helpless. It was true that there were unforeseen events, but he did not expect that his own family would experience good fortune and misfortune. This made Song Kelly, who was born with a smooth life, feel very confused. His future was bleak and uncertain, so he was not in the mood to drink. However, this old man was not very tactful. Every few days, he would come to drink with him. Fortunately, he did not speak much. Song Kelly knew that he could not speak clearly, but his handwriting was unique and blunt. It was the complete opposite of his father's official song style that was once popular in the imperial court. When he was given a hard job in the Hanlin Academy, his colleagues liked to pass it on to him. This strange man, whose surname was Yuan and name was Pu, was easy to talk to and did not refuse anyone who came to him. It was rumored that he had no children and was not like the other Huang men who often gave themselves titles like Sir or Mountain Man. After Song Kelly entered the Hanlin Academy, he had never seen Yuan Pu go to a brothel with his friends to get drunk, nor did anyone come here to ask him for help. Although a gentleman did not associate himself with friends, it was rare to see someone as lonely as Yuan Pu. Probably because he felt inferior and could not speak clearly, Yuan Pu, who was still a Huang man at his age, continued to drink when he saw that Song Kelly was not drinking. Song Kelly could not stand this man's attitude. He put down the book and asked softly, "Yuan Huang men, forgive me for being blunt, but are you trying to burn the Song family's cold stove? Are you thinking that the Song family will rise again in the future and I will cherish your friendship during this period?" The Huang men smiled and shook his head. If it were someone else, Song Kelly would not believe it easily. However, for some reason, he believed it when he saw this man. Song Kelly became more curious and could not help but ask, "Then why are you inviting me to drink now?" The silent Yuan Pu picked up his brush and laid out the paper. He did not write too much, but he wrote quickly and slowly. After he finished writing, he put down his brush and turned the paper around. Song Kelly glanced at him and said, "An ordinary man is brave and impolite, and a scholar is brave and immoral, and a country is in chaos. A gentleman's courage does not lie in winning against others, but in winning against himself." Song Kelly said bitterly, "Are you saying that I am weak? But my words carry little weight. How can I turn the tide? His Majesty is furious. Not only did my father refuse guests, but he also kept his mouth shut at home. What can I do?" The Huang men, who did not look old but was actually quite old, picked up his brush again and turned the white paper back to write another sentence. There are 3 things that a gentleman does not care about. He does not care about his family, he does not care about his family, he does not care about his country, he does not care about his country. Song Kelly thought for a while and still shook his head. Confucianism cultivates one's family and rules the country. It does not mean that one cannot have both. The Huang men pressed the paper and turned it. Then, he smiled and wrote the words, "Confucianism," on the paper. He gently pressed down the pen and erased the word, "Confucianism," and added the word, "family." Song Kelly nodded and did not refute this. This person then wrote another line of words, "Public and private, the boundary between human and ghost." Song Kelly was not stupid. He understood immediately. Does the Huang men want to say that the word "public" is divided into big and small? But not only do I lack the heart of a small public, I only have selfish motives. The Huang men nodded. If he was not a bookworm who did not know the ways of the world, why would he be so straightforward? Scholars valued reputation and face. It was so 1,000 years ago, and it was destined to be so 1,000 years later. Song Kelly was poked where it hurt. He smiled sadly. This time, he really wanted to get drunk and not think about anything else. He took the wine pot and poured himself a cup of wine. He raised his head and drank it all. The Huang men patiently wrote a sentence, "The human heart is cold, it is not the fault of the world." Then, he pointed the tip of the brush at his head and then at his heart. Song Kelly asked softly, "The Huang men sect taught me to remember and let go of my worries." The Huang men sect nodded and was about to put down the brush. He thought for a while and slowly wrote the fourth sentence: the fall of all the countries in the world cannot escape from accumulation. The rise of all the countries in the world cannot be separated from the contributions of accumulation. Thank you for teaching me, Mr. Yuan. Song Kelly will never forget it. Song Kelly stood up and bowed deeply with tears in his eyes. Yuan Pu didn't say anything. He just took a sip of wine, lowered his head, and gently blew on the ink. After it dried, he flipped the page over and switched to a hard brush. Then, he wrote in tiny characters. Do you know who killed the Song family? After Song Kelly sat down, he turned around and wiped his tears with his sleeve. He took a deep breath and said calmly, the mountain is the mountain and the water is the water. It must be that king of Jing and Zhao Sun. The two young Huang men, who had a huge age gap, spoke in a strange way. If you gain power and control of the country, will you take revenge and resolve your hatred by harming both public and private interests? No. If you become the pillar of the imperial court, will you take revenge and resolve your hatred by harming both public and private interests? Everything is decided by the situation. I will do whatever is beneficial to the country and the people. I, Song Kelly, am willing to rule the world even if Mr. Yuan sees me as someone with great ambition but little talent. These are my words from the bottom of my heart. Are you still shaking your head at this moment? I won't do it again. The Huangmen sect put down the brush and rubbed the ink on his fingertips. Finally, he said in a hoarse voice, Song Kelly, you know the truth because you are very smart and can understand many things easily. But I still want to ask you one more thing. Can you bear the humiliation and live a nameless life for 10 or 20 years? Song Kelly said without hesitation, if Grand Secretary Zhang can do it, why can't I? The Huangmen sect spoke with great difficulty and his words were as slow as an old turtle. Your father will return to his hometown and never become an official again. Song Kelly's face turned pale. The Yuanhuang sect remained expressionless as they slowly stabbed a knife into Song Chu Feng's heart. Zhang Julu can still lay low in the Hanlin Academy and accumulate power. In the end, the old Grand Secretary will grant him a shadowy attack. But you can't even be a small Huang sect. Song Kelly's mind went blank. He knew that there was only a slight possibility of such a tragedy and that the Huangmen sect member in front of him could not make it come true. But in his ears, it was like thunder rolling in the sky. The Huangmen sect stood up and said sarcastically, which scholar doesn't know how to write a few beautiful essays? Who doesn't understand a few great principles? Who doesn't claim to be unrecognized? You, Song Kelly, should get out of the Hanlin Academy. He came with wine and left with a wave of his sleeves. Song Kelly stood up slowly and said softly to the Huangmen sect member who crossed the threshold, thank you again for teaching me. That day, the Huangmen sect, who had been treated as a joke by countless colleagues of the Hanlin Academy, knocked on the bronze ring on a side door after the imperial palace's curfew. The old eunuch, who had just retired from the imperial palace, opened the door and bent down with his hands almost touching the ground. He did not say anything and did not accompany the Huangmen sect member. Perhaps even the old eunuchs who had been on duty for decades did not know that there was a side door that led directly to the emperor's residence. There was no one on the way. The Huangmen sect walked to the emperor's residence casually. Even when they saw the emperor of the Zhao family who hurriedly put on his clothes and walked down the stairs, no one showed up. The emperor of the Liang dynasty saw the half-mute Huangmen sect and bowed with a smile. Greetings, sir. Who in the world could accept the emperor's bow? The emperor took a few steps forward and asked softly, have you found a candidate? The Huangmen sect member who had cut off half of his tongue nodded and said flatly and vaguely, Song Kelly. The emperor of the Zhao family was relieved and did not ask why. Because the man in front of him was regarded as a confidant and a great enemy by Sun Ping at the same time. In the end, Sun Ping was cooked and killed. The 8 dragons fought for the throne and supported the current emperor, Zhao Heng, to sit on the throne. The old king of Jing and Zhao Heng hated him for the rest of his life. The mastermind of the white clothes case. Promoted Zhang Jiulu. A secret edict to expel the king of Beiliang. Framed the king of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui. Jian Yen took the crown prince of Beiliang as the emperor's son-in-law. Imprisoned Gu Jiantang as the minister of war for 18 years. Lured this old man Song to hide a copy of the memorial. Proposed that the prince Zhao Kai go to the western regions with a bottle. Inside, he used both Confucianism and Dharma. On the surface, he worshipped Taoism and rebuked Buddhism. He made the emperor call himself a puppet. The emperor of Beiliang, Li Yishan, placed 67 pieces. Only Yuan Benshi. Chapter 713. 30 li outside of Liangzhou's capital, there was a pavilion called Turning Back Pavilion, meaning to turn back after sending someone off. Since early in the morning, old people had arrived one after another. By noon, the pavilion was already covered in frost. As dusk approached, there were at least 500 to 600 people inside and outside the pavilion. They came from all walks of life. Not all of them were citizens of the city, but there were also old people who had come from hundreds of li away. Some of them were familiar with each other and traveled together. Then, they would occasionally see old brothers they hadn't seen for many years at Turning Back Pavilion. They had mixed feelings and couldn't help but confide in each other about worldly affairs. There were even more people who didn't know each other at first, but when they got closer, they couldn't help but chat with each other and found out that they were all from different camps. Gradually, the scene at Turning Back Pavilion became very strange. There were old people in brocade clothes kneeling and worshipping poor and simple old farmers. There were old people who brought good wine but still drank cheap green ant wine. There were two sides arguing until their faces turned red, and there were also old people sitting alone with crutches. There were many people coming and going on the post-house road. There was no lack of fancy clothes, fine horses, and luxurious carriages. When the young people who didn't know about the past saw this group of old fellows, they all wondered if this group of old fellows had taken the wrong medicine or something. In the afternoon, a one-armed old man who came by an ox cart was about to get off the cart to lead the ox down the post-house road. Unfortunately, he still blocked the path of a carriage. The coachman was a strong man who was probably a fox masquerading as a tiger. He was used to having a bad temper and a rough voice, but the old ox had a bad temper. The coachman from a tyrannical family jumped off the carriage, disdaining the old man for not having eyes. He scolded him that a good dog wouldn't block the way and was about to whip the lonely old man's head. As for whether the old man was dead or alive, he didn't care. However, when the coachman swung his whip, the shabby old man who was leading the ox easily caught it. The old man then apologized a few times and let go of the whip. After that, he continued to reason with the old ox. This made the coachman, who was in the prime of his life, feel that he had lost all face. He was furious and wanted to kick the old bastard to the ground, so that the master in the carriage wouldn't see this scene and dislike him for not doing things well. However, he didn't expect that his fierce kick would cause the old man to stagger and dodge as if he was drunk. His only arm lightly pushed the coachman's chest, and his whole body floated back 3 to 4 zhang away, but he didn't fall to the ground. The coachman stood where he was, and was shocked. Did he think that he had met a master? When the elders at the pavilion and the two sides of the post-house saw this scene, they loudly applauded and cheered. With the coachman being thwarted, the 5 or 6 retainers at the back of the carriage could not bear to watch any longer. Just as they were about to charge, an old man dressed in luxurious Sichuan brocade roared out from outside the pavilion. Almost at the same time, no less than 10 voices sounded out to stop them. These relatively well-dressed elders walked through the crowd and smiled at each other. Afterwards, they cupped their fists and gave a simple greeting. The Sichuan brocade elder faced the cavalry and angrily said, "Which one of you dares to charge?" A fat, big-eared rich merchant walked down from the luxurious carriage. Seeing the Sichuan brocade elder, he was so scared that his liver and guts were about to burst. He ordered the lackeys to retreat and gave the coachman a heavy slap. Only then did he kneel and say with a trembling voice, "Subordinate Song Long greets Yuzhou General." The Sichuan brocade elder said expressionlessly, "You know Laozi, but Laozi doesn't know you. Who do you think you are?" Scram. Song Long was a 6th-rank civil official in Liangzhou. He had once seen this General Zhou at a banquet at the end of the table. Although Elder Zhou had just retired from the prestigious position of Yuzhou General, he still had countless disciples. Even great generals like Zhong Hongwu and Yan Wenluan had to be courteous when they saw this person. How could a mere 6th-rank civil official like him go against him? The Beiliang circuit only governed 3 provinces. Other than the 1st-rank generals in the border army that guarded the border, the generals of Liangzhou, Yuzhou, and Lingzhou held great authority. Liangzhou was adjacent to Beimang and was far from being comparable to the Lingzhou general. The title of general of the 3 provinces was not just a general without a tiger tally. Even if Song Long was given 10 times the courage of a bear, he would not dare to provoke Elder Zhou. A tall old man walked out at the same time as the former Yuzhou general Zhou Kong. Compared to Zhou Kong, he was slightly younger and more robust. Looking at the one-armed old man who came on the ox cart, his eyes filled with tears. He immediately knelt on the road and sobbed, "Lotus Seed Camp's old soldier, Yuan Nanting, greets General Lin." Song Long, who was just thinking about how to appease Elder General Zhou, felt his heart tremble when he heard this. Yuan Nanting, the White Feather Cavalry, the #1 archer in the Beiliang army, had been split into 3. After one of the Beiliang's 4 fangs, Wei Fucheng, rushed to western Shu, General Yuan Nanting monopolized 2 of them. He truly held great power in his hands. But that was not all. Who was this General Lin that could make a 4th-rank general, Yuan Nanting, kneel? Song Long, who had been struck by this unexpected disaster, even had the thought of dying. At this moment, he couldn't care less about Elder General Zhou's military order to get lost. He also knelt down and kowtowed with all his might. He didn't care which great bodhisattva in the Beiliang army General Lin was. He only cared about burning incense and kowtowing. Zhou Kong had held the position of Yuzhou general for more than 10 years. Naturally, he recognized Yuan Nanting, who held the #1 archer in the Beiliang army, the #1 archer in the White Feather Cavalry, but they weren't very close. The Beiliang army's invincible iron cavalry was formed in the 2 Liao provinces. Later, when they went south, they became braver and braver as they fought in the War of Spring and Autumn. They continued to grow stronger and stronger, which made their composition extremely complicated. Zhou Kong and Yuan Nanting came from different factions. However, when Yuan Nanting knelt down and called him General Lin, Zhou Kong immediately knew who the one-armed old man who was more than 10 years older than him was. He was the first leader of the Lotus Seed Camp, the 18th headquarters, Lin Dofang. In order to save the great general, one of his arms was chopped off. The great general once personally said that if Brother Dofang had a daughter or granddaughter, they would be Su Zhao's daughter-in-law in the future. However, after the great general was bestowed the title of king, there was no longer any news about old General Lin. Fortunately, Zhou Kong was able to meet this person. Even the arrogant and conceited Zhou Kong was completely convinced. He cupped his fists and respectfully said, "Zhou Kong pays his respects to old General Lin." Chapter 7:14. The one-armed old man led the ox down the road and walked back to the roadside. After nodding to Zhou Kong, he helped Song Long up and said calmly, "It wasn't easy for the great general to train an elite troop that can dominate the world. It's not for you to show off your power to the common people. All right, Sir Song, stop kneeling. Go about your business. You don't have to worry about me, more than the common people." Song Long didn't even dare to wipe off the sweat on his forehead. He quickly nodded in agreement, afraid that he would be an eyesore and run away. This group of old men didn't take the clown Song Long seriously. Zhou Kong smiled and asked, "Why is old General Lin here?" The one-armed Lin Dofang wasn't the kind of official who was deliberately mystifying. When the Bailiang army should have been rewarded, he retreated at the top of the tide, and lived as a common person for almost 20 years. He looked at the road and sighed softly. You're still not waiting for the crown prince to enter the capital? As an old soldier of the Lotus Seed camp, Yuan Nanting was still respectful to his old superior even though he had become a general. He cupped his fists and said, reporting to General Lin, Yuan Nanting has been waiting with my old brothers for a whole day, but we still haven't seen any cavalry or carriages passing by turning back pavilion. Lin Dofang nodded and said with a smile, on the way here, I heard that he went to Beimang and took 2 heads. Do you believe it? Zhou Kong said with a heavy voice, the matter of Northern Courtyard's great king Su Huainan and Mount Tibing's 5th raccoon has already spread throughout northern Mang. Paper cannot wrap fire, and there is no doubt that their heads were forcibly cut off by someone. If it is only Su Huainan's death, this Zhou can treat it as the Northern Mang Empress method of cooking the hound after the rabbit has been caught. However, 5th raccoon's sudden death also cannot be explained by internal strife in Northern Mang. Now, there's intermittent news that Tao Qianji's death was also caused by the Crown Prince. There's also news that the Beimang devil Xie Ling was also killed. Later on, the Crown Prince met Tuoba's youngest son Tuoba Chunsun. One of the 2 famous devils under his command was killed by the Crown Prince alone. Zhou Kong privately drew a route of the Crown Prince's trip to Beimang in his mansion. It was completely consistent with the time of death of these formidable characters. It should be true. All these years, we old fellows have really lost our sight. Lin Duofang smiled and said indifferently, regardless of whether these frightening rumors are true or not, I don't really care. This time, I came to Turning Back Pavilion before I died because I heard about the fish dragon camp Su Yongguan. After his leg was broken, a young man who saved him often bought him wine before he died. The young man also promised to carry his coffin after he died. If your highness didn't carry the general's coffin on his behalf, I'm afraid Su Yongguan would never know who that young man was. As for me, I'm stubborn. Anyway, I admit to this matter. I feel that it's not sullen that we followed the general on horseback for decades and then had such a young man take over Bailiang. At that time, I was angry with the general and went to farm. A few years ago, I heard about this young man's absurd behavior and even scolded the general in my mind from afar. I scolded the general for raising such a bastard. Fortunately, I, Lin Duofang, don't have a daughter or granddaughter. Otherwise, wouldn't I regret it? Zhou Kong, Yuan Nanting, and the group of old men around them all laughed knowingly. Lin Duofang also laughed and said, in the end, I regret it even more now. If I had known, I would have married the princess of Southern Tang. She was so beautiful. It's a pity that I was too proud and hesitated and missed the opportunity. Otherwise, I would have a large nest of children and grandchildren now. Yuan Nanting, who was as serious as the god of death in the army, was now like a naughty child. He licked his lips and said, General Lin, you still have such a wonderful thing with the princess of Southern Tang? Tell me about it. Lin Duofang glared at him and Yuan Nanting immediately looked down and showed concern. Lin Duofang slapped his old subordinate's head and scolded, you were quite decent when you were a pawn. Now that you're a general, why are you acting like a rascal? I'll be frank first. I heard that you're in charge of half of the White Feather Guards. Don't be blinded by greed and only care about making money. If I hear about it in the future, I'll break your 3 legs. If I don't have the chance, I'll have to trouble General Zhou to do it for me. If this kid dares to fight back, General Zhou, you can reason with the general. Zhou Kong laughed heartily. Zhou Kong will remember these words. General Yuan, the few times we've met over the years, you've always glared at me. Now that I have old General Lin's imperial edict, won't you bring chicken, duck, and fish to my residence every now and then to curry favor with me? Yuan Nanting went straight to the point, General Zhou, I didn't see eye to eye with you in the past. It's inevitable that the border army and the local army of Yuzhou have some conflicts. It's not that I have a problem with you. To be honest, since I can meet you here today, I've decided that you can be my old brother. It's a pity that you don't continue to be the general of Yuzhou. I'll talk to the general later. If I don't want to be the general of Yuzhou, I can't be the general of Liangzhou. Zhou Kong shook his head and laughed. I'm different from Brother Yuan. My body can't take it anymore, so I won't shamelessly compete with the young people for a job. But if there's a day when I need to ride a horse into battle, I can still drink a few bowls of wine and eat a few kilograms of beef every day. If I risk my life, killing dozens of northern barbarians will be a piece of cake. Lin Dofang suddenly said, I think he didn't bring any cavalry to the capital this time. Maybe we've missed it. Zhou Kong was stunned. Yuan Nanting laughed and said, that's good. The general's eldest son, our future king of Beiliang, should have this kind of pride. A large group of old people around him nodded with a smile. Although they didn't get to meet His Royal Highness and waited in vain for a day, they didn't regret it. A simple carriage slowly passed by and drove out of Turning Back Pavilion. It seemed to hesitate and stopped for a moment. A man with white hair and white clothes walked out of the carriage. Under everyone's gaze, the man bowed deeply. He bowed to the old soldiers. When Lin Dofang saw this person, his eyes were filled with tears. He patted his coarse sleeves and knelt down. He said loudly, Lin Dofang of the Lotus Seed Camp respectfully sends His Royal Highness to the capital. Zhou Kong followed closely behind. He knelt down and said in a deep voice, Zhou Kong of Yuzhou respectfully sends His Royal Highness to the capital. I, Yuan Nanting, respectfully sends His Royal Highness to the capital. Chuan of the 18th Headquarter Camp, respectfully sends His Royal Highness to the capital. Old Soldier He Turan of the Cavalry Army respectfully sends His Royal Highness to the capital. 600 old soldiers faced the young man who bowed for a long time. One after another, 600 voices of farewell. Chapter 7:15. Inside the carriage, Xianyuan Qingfeng closed her eyes and focused. She looked indifferent, but in fact, her mind was in turmoil. When she opened her eyes and saw the white-haired young man in the white python robe slowly returning to the carriage, she smiled and asked, You've endured for so many years and secretly practiced your saber technique, all for this day? The carriage moved slowly. Su Fengnian didn't pay attention to her at all. Xianyuan Qingfeng was used to going head-to-head with this guy. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't provoke him. She continued to ask, the people in the capital don't dare to touch the king of Beiliang. Even if you have a firm foothold in Beiliang, won't you be drowned in their spit when you go to Taipan City? At that time, when you meet the loyal officials who provoke you, or the sons of some officials from the capital who rely on stepping on you to make a name for themselves, will you avoid them and suck it up? Also, other than Linlang King Zhao Ao, who died without heirs, and your mortal enemy Chen Jibao, there are 5 other kings who are eyeing you covetously. Most of them have a grudge against Beiliang, not to mention that Taipan City is Han Diaoxi's territory. At that time, if I stand by and do nothing, you'll only have that celestial phenomenon otherworldly item left. And the human cat is good at killing celestial phenomenon experts. Won't you be walking right into a trap? Aren't you afraid of waiting for 20 years and not even becoming the king of Beiliang? Su Fengnian kept his mouth shut. Xianyuan Qingfeng had probably been isolated to the extreme after her cultivation deviation. It wasn't easy for her to find someone she could sit with as an equal. She was as talkative as a married woman and didn't think there was anything wrong with a one-man show. Facing the mirror, she carefully applied yellow flowers and asked with a playful expression, Who will you marry in the future? Su Fengnian frowned and said, Xianyuan Qingfeng, can't you stop for a moment? How about you drive the carriage? Half of Xianyuan Qingfeng's face slanted out of the mirror. Her eyes were purple and her lips were scarlet. She smiled at Su Fengnian and said, Aren't you afraid that I'll take you directly to the bull gang? Su Fengnian lifted the curtain. In his field of vision was a desolate scene of yellow grass and trees. It was frost in the north and insects were burrowing into the mud. If it was the south, it would have been long dead. Su Fengnian. For some reason, he remembered his first trip, including this trip to the capital. He had left home 4 times. It seemed that his first trip was the most desolate, but also the most unforgettable. Half of Xianyuan Qingfeng's face was exposed from the mirror. His eyes moved as he stared at the young man with gray hair. Su Fengnian finally opened his mouth and said, "I'm doing business with you with a clear price, and I don't mind you taking advantage of me. But if you're still not satisfied and watch the show when it's time for you to make a move, I have plenty of ways to make your life a living hell." Xianyuan Qingfeng laughed loudly and said, "Are you threatening me?" Su Fengnian's eyes were cold. In the next moment, a red robe that looked like a big red peony slid into the carriage. 6 arms held the purple robe. A woman and an otherworldly item flew out of the carriage. Half an hour later, Xianyuan Qingfeng returned to the carriage with a gloomy expression. Blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. For the next 10 days, before Lidong, the two didn't speak a word. In Great Peace City, the center of Wei Wei World, an inconspicuous carriage stopped outside the gate. It was mixed in with the heavy traffic and didn't even receive a cold glance. During this period of time, Zhongtian City was bustling with noise and excitement. First, it was old Master Song and his family who were in trouble. In just one night, their building was overturned. Everyone on the streets and alleys were talking about it. Most of them felt that it was not worth it for old Master Song to leave behind a secret memorial to seek a good reputation in history. It was just a small matter. Not only was it infuriating, even old Master Song and little Phoenix were implicated. The whole family, old and young, packed up their belongings and left the capital. At that time, the people who saw them off were officials from the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, scholars from the Imperial College, and many other members of the royal family who were not involved in power. After the Song family lost power, it was time for the 5 princes to enter the capital. The Prince of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, entered the capital first, followed by the Prince of Huainan, Zhao Yi, followed by the Prince of Guangling, Zhao Sun, the King of Jing'an, and Zhao Bing, the Prince of Yanqi. This made the imperial vassal office, as well as the Minister of Rights and the Assistant Minister of Rights, very busy. They probably lost a few pounds of weight. But the biggest sensation was the white-robed Chen Zhibao of Western Shu. When he rode into the city, it was the first time since the white-robed monk Li Dongxin that the streets were empty. It was the first time that the streets were empty since the white-robed monk Li Dongxin. That day was the Frost Festival. This war sage was dressed in white, riding a white horse, and drinking plum wine. Even the old enemies of northern Liang, who had only heard of his name and never seen him before, were deeply impressed by his unparalleled scholarly bearing after seeing him with their own eyes. Not to mention, who knew how many women on both sides of the main street screamed and went crazy. The shrewd flower peddlers made a lot of money. They didn't care whether they recognized the white-robed man or not. They just closed their eyes and flattered him as much as they could. It was guaranteed that they would be able to swindle money from the noble ladies and daughters of rich families. When Su Fengnian lifted the curtain and looked up at the majestic city wall, he said calmly, "I didn't want to get off the pavilion of turning back, because I was afraid that I would let down their expectations. Your situation in Mount Huishan is different from mine in Beiliang. Sometimes I vent my anger on you. You're a heroine who aspires to reach the peak of martial arts. Don't lower yourself to the level of a common person like me, who isn't an expert." Xianyuan Qingfeng, who had originally planned not to say another word to him on this trip to the capital, suddenly said softly, "Why don't you just become the emperor? Before I can enter the heavenly phenomenon stage, I'll work for you." Su Fengnian smiled. "I suddenly thought of a good way for you to get back at me. After you get off the carriage, you start shouting that the Crown Prince of Beiliang is going to rebel and become the emperor. You'll definitely make me suffer." Without waiting for Xianyuan Qingfeng to speak, Su Fengnian waved his hand behind him and said, "Don't take it seriously." Su Fengnian said to Blue Bird, let's go to the Daoist post house. Putting down the curtain, Xianyuan Qingfeng frowned. You're not going to let the officials of the Ministry of Rites make a big fuss? Su Fengnian smiled. The Minister of Rites, Lu Daolin, is related to the Su family by marriage. When the time comes, I'll just pay them a visit. Xianyuan Qingfeng smiled. It's true that national laws are inferior to family laws. Su Fengnian said helplessly, don't open a dye house just because I give you some color. Xianyuan Qingfeng suddenly asked, have you not spoken sweet words to a woman for many years? Su Fengnian closed his eyes. I'm so hungry that I don't have the energy to think. After handing over their residence certificates, the carriage slowly entered the main city gate of Great Peace City. The main road, which could accommodate 10 carriages side by side, led directly to the palace. It was bustling with activity. Xianyuan Qingfeng lifted the curtain and looked inside. After a few glances, he put it down. It's just like that. Chapter 7:16. Su Fengnian laughed lightly and said, if you read history books and record a person, a matter, or a battle in just a few dozen words, you would also feel that it is just that. Only when you are personally in the situation do you understand the ups and downs and the disgrace. For example, if I had died in any place before, the history books would only record that the Bailiang heir Su Fengnian had no virtue or talent. But sitting next to you, along the way, how many times have you involuntarily wanted to kill me? Xianyuan Qingfeng slanted his eyes and said mockingly, oh, you know how to reason now. Su Fengnian smiled knowingly and said, you are wronging me. Back when I was chased and beaten by your servants in the lantern market with Wenhua, did I not reason enough? I almost talked myself hoarse, but I still could not avoid a beating. The corners of Xianyuan Qingfeng's mouth rose slightly. Great Peace City was truly large. They had not even crossed half of the city from the main city gate of Great Peace City to the Xiaomawi relay station, but it felt like they had already made several trips to any city in Bailiang. Tong Ziliang, the head of the Daoist courier station, hadn't had a good night's sleep in the past half a day, afraid that he would miss the arrival of His Highness the Crown Prince. He was a former member of Northern Liang. Before he retired from the army, he wasn't considered a soldier and couldn't be called a general. Now that he was in charge of the courier station, he was like a fish in water. He had settled down in the capital, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. He was even more extravagant than many of the capital's old officials who couldn't afford to buy a mansion in their lifetime. He had bought a small residence in the southwest corner of the city, and his grandson had been studying for many years. Tong Ziliang hoped that the child would have some success in the imperial examinations, so he didn't have any greater wishes. His only regret was that the relay station had been replaced by new people. Today, other than him, who was an old member of the Bailiang army, there was no one else who could be considered a soldier under the general's command. In the past, he could always drink with his old brothers in the relay station. Now, he could not find anyone to drink with. Tong Ziliang stood under the dragon claw locust tree outside the relay station and waited. His subordinates all laughed at him for thinking too highly of himself. Even if the infamous heir of Bailiang entered the capital, he would stay in a grand residence specially arranged by the Ministry of Rites. At the very least, he would not lack beauties, fine wine, and good food. Would he be willing to stay in the relay station? But Tong Ziliang did not explain anything and just stood there. In the past, he had waited time and time again for the king of Bailiang to return with merits and for the generals of Bailiang to return with glory. The only time he was disappointed that no one came. During the Battle of the Western Wall, General Feng and Ma Ling, 14 generals, including Ma Ling, went to the palace. The carriage stopped. A young, handsome man with white hair got off and walked toward Tong Ziliang. He smiled warmly and said, Tong Ziliang, you've worked hard. Tong Ziliang asked in astonishment, His Royal Highness? As soon as he asked, Tong Ziliang wanted to slap himself a few times. Looking at the unfamiliar but noble white satin robe of the man in front of him, who else could it be but the heir? Otherwise, which member of the imperial family would be willing to look for trouble? Tong Ziliang knelt on the ground and said in a low voice, Tong Ziliang of the Horse Way pays his respects to His Royal Highness. Su Fengnian helped him up and said with a smile, Su Shao asked me to pass on a message to Tong Ziliang. Be careful of your unmarried daughter. Don't let Su Fengnian meet her, lest he be harmed. Tong Ziliang stood up in a daze and couldn't help but laugh. It was difficult for him to restrain himself. Su Fengnian walked with him to the door of the post house and said, I'll be staying here for the next few days. I'll come here however Su Shao used to come. There's no need to specially arrange anything. Tong Ziliang nodded and said, I'll definitely do as His Royal Highness says. Behind him, Wu whispered, Sir Ziliang, remember to give him more food. Tong Ziliang laughed and said, Don't worry about that. There's enough food and meat. Behind them, Blue Bird and Xianyuan Zi were very eye-catching. Su Fengnian suddenly turned his head and saw a middle-aged poor scholar with a pure yang scarf on his head. Behind him was a handsome boy carrying a black sandalwood sword case. Su Fengnian first let Wu follow Tong Ziliang into the post house to eat. He walked toward the assistant minister of the Ministry of War who had become popular in the capital in just 2 years and said with a smile, Greetings, Sword Immortal Tang Shi. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Lu Baijie of the Lu family. Sword Immortal Tang Shi smiled and said, Fortunately, Your Highness didn't ask this rotten scholar about benevolence and morality. Now that I'm an official in the capital, I've been called assistant minister so many times that I've almost forgotten that I'm a swordsman. That's why I purposely let my boy servant come with a sword. I wanted to disregard the dignity of an elder and exchange swordsmanship with you, but I didn't expect to be humiliated. Su Fengnian flattered, Assistant Minister Lu has a unique insight. Lu Baijie shook his head helplessly and said, After becoming an expert, I've become more thick-skinned. Su Fengnian accepted all these words and asked, Shall we go in and have a seat? Lu Baijie nodded and said, I'd like to ask you about the way of the sword. Su Fengnian blushed and said, Uncle Lu, aren't you afraid of being blind? Lu Baijie said indifferently, not to mention that Li Chungang personally taught me the 2-sleeved green snake and Dong Tai gave me the 12th sword, even if I, Lu Baijie, am a frog at the bottom of a well. I should know that even if the 5th raccoon stood there and let me stab him a few times, I might not be able to kill him. Su Fengnian was silent. Lu Baijie joked, Don't worry, no one in the capital believes that you really killed the mountain master of Mount Bubang. They all say that it was done by the king of Bailiang's men of sacrifice. It has nothing to do with you. Su Fengnian was about to speak when the boy servant with the sword on his back shouted in shock, Teacher, there's a ghost on the locust tree. Lu Baijie turned around and knocked him on the forehead. A red robe was hanging on the lush dragon claw locust tree. Lu Baijie didn't even look at it and said softly, Xianji. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, It's already a celestial phenomenon. Lu Baijie laughed and said, I'm indeed worthy of being called a frog at the bottom of a well. Su Fengnian held back his laughter. Lu Baijie was puzzled. When she saw the woman in purple from Mount Huishan, she sighed deeply. Even with Tangshi Sword Immortal's excellent state of mind, she couldn't help but have mixed feelings. She went straight to the point and said self-deprecatingly, In the officialdom, there are only old men with white hair and eyebrows. After seeing you today, I know that a little success in the officialdom will lead to a big disappointment in martial arts. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come. It was late autumn and the capital was clean. Tong Ziliang, the post-house keeper, saw that there were many people, so he simply moved the table to the courtyard and did everything himself. He didn't give anyone in the post-house a chance to get close to Su Fengnian. The locust tree in the courtyard and the dragon claw locust tree outside were a pair. The people at the table under the tree were Su Fengnian, who had come to the capital to observe the ceremony, Lu Baijie, Mount Huishan Xianyuan Qingfeng, Blue Bird, the young man of sacrifice, and the boy servant with the sword on his back. There was one more. The boy servant pointed at the gloomy locust tree with a pale face and said with grievance, "Teacher, look, I didn't lie to you. There really is a female ghost on the tree." Chapter 7:17. There was a table of people under the tree and a ghost on the locust tree. One was a happy face and the other was a sad face. This time, Lu Baijie was too lazy to reprimand him. After Tong Zhuhui left the courtyard, he opened his mouth and said, "Since I already know that Mr. Chao is bringing Princess Jiang Yan to restore West Chu, I have been targeting the Guangling Road's deployment ever since I entered the Ministry of War. If your Highness has the opportunity to see Mr. Chao, I hope that you can apologize for me. This is indeed my duty, I cannot watch with folded arms." Su Fengnian smiled casually and said, "I saw Chao Qingyi once outside the Iron Gate Pass. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see him again in the next few years. Besides, he may not care about this." Lu Baijie heard the words, "Iron Gate Pass," and remained calm. She finished her meal in the dusk and put down her chopsticks. She said softly, "Q sword." Su Fengnian sat where he was and nodded. Xianyuan Qingfeng and Blue Bird were sitting at the table with their hands behind their backs. Only Wu was still eating. After the servant took off the red sandalwood sword case and respectfully handed it to Tang Shi, he ran to the door of the courtyard furthest away from the dragon claw locust tree. On one hand, he was annoyed at how arrogant and unreasonable the white-haired crown prince of Beiliang was. On the other hand, he was horrified that he had provoked an unclean otherworldly item. Why did it seem like he was the only one who had seen the red-robed female ghost? Lu Baijie stood with the case horizontally and slapped the end of the sandalwood case with one hand. The sword case and scabbard flew to the servant, leaving behind the last legendary sword made by the Tangxi sword furnace, Ba Xiu. Before Lu Baijie could hold the Ba Xiu ancient sword, she heard the sound of metal clanging. The long sword was dented from the middle of the blade for no reason. Tang Shi was not surprised but happy. She smiled and held the twisted hilt of the ancient sword. She gently shook her wrist and the sword qi rippled. The sword swept through the army. The white sword qi split the air and pushed toward Su Fengnian at the table. However, the sword qi dissipated as soon as it was born. Su Fengnian knocked on the table. Lu Baijie leaned back and swung the Ba Xiu sword in a semicircle. The sword qi was as brilliant as a crescent moon. However, before the crescent sword qi surged out, Lu Baijie took the initiative to return her gang qi to the sword. She slapped the ground with her palm and spun. The tip of the Ba Xiu sword in her hand twisted like a snake. The leaves in the courtyard kept falling and drifted between the two. The tip of the sword was alive, but it was not a straight line. There were 3 leaves on this line, and only the one in the center was crushed into powder. Clearly, this was a superior sword technique. Su Fengnian drew a line on the table with his finger. The flying sword and the sword qi collided, and a cloud of mist spread out. Sword Immortal Tang Shi stepped forward as if she was treading on gang qi. Her sword qi surged, and the fallen leaves on the courtyard were wrapped up by the sword qi. They rose with the wind, and the sword qi became thicker. Lu Baijie abruptly withdrew her sword and threw the Ba Xiu sword to the attendant and the sword case. The attendant hurriedly caught the ancient sword and put it back into the scabbard. Only when he focused his eyes did he see that around his teacher, who was praised for having a divine sword, more than 10 flying swords had stopped trembling slightly. He was shocked. He turned to look at Su Fengnian. Could it be that this guy had been controlling his swords from the beginning to the end? Lu Baijie sat back down at the table and frowned. Compared to Gangnam-do, why didn't your inner qi improve when we first met? How did you learn the 12 flying swords? Su Fengnian said frankly, the Wu family's sword tomb nurtured swords in a different way. After a flying sword embryo was perfected, not to mention a second-rank inner qi, even a third-rank inner qi would be able to control the sword and fly dozens of feet in the air. It was said that the Wu family's young children could kill butterflies with their bamboo horse flying swords, and it wasn't an exaggeration. Lu Baijie smiled and asked, "But how did you manage to nurture 12 flying swords with sword embryos at your disposal in just 1 year? Was there a shortcut to success?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "There were a few coincidences, but I mostly relied on the most clumsy method of grinding. 12 swords. I nurtured them once every 2 hours, and I persisted for more than half a year." Lu Baijie sighed and said, "Only through hardship can one rise above others. The ancients didn't lie to me." Su Fengnian said bitterly, "I once reached the Vajra realm, but I've entered the false realm twice. I don't think I'll have any more achievements in the first-rank realm in this lifetime." Lu Baijie asked, "2 false Xian fingers?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "1 false Xian finger and 1 celestial phenomenon. So even if I can make a breakthrough, I'll have to go straight from Vajra realm to Earth Immortal. But I'm not that Buddha." This time, even Lu Baijie's expression changed dramatically. She slapped the table and sighed, "What a pity, what a pity." Su Fengnian said, "In the future, I won't be able to focus solely on martial arts. I'll just take it as pushing the boat with the current and finding a way out." Chapter 7:18. Lu Baijie shook her head. "At first, I didn't believe that Huang Longshi had transferred his fate to Jianghu. But now, the younger generation has sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Whether it's innate talent or fate, they're far better than they were in the past 60 years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they're the most outstanding in the past 500 years. I had to believe it. I had high hopes for you, hoping that one day you'd be one of the top 10 in the world. This time, I asked you for the sword because if you didn't disappoint me after you answered the sword, I'd pass on my master Yang Yuzhang's sword and the Ba Xiu sword to you. Alas, how could I have known this would happen?" Tang Shi Sword Immortal looked sad. She raised her head to look at the dragon claw old locust tree and muttered to herself, "The ancient books say that the old locust tree is dark and gloomy. The shade of the locust tree in spring and summer is greenish-black. Fengnian, why do you have an otherworldly item by your side? Aren't you afraid of losing your fate?" Su Fengnian calmly said, "I don't have any fate left to lose. Now that it hasn't left me, I'm grateful to the point of tears. As for whether it's grateful because it has just gained intelligence, or whether it thinks I'm still a rare commodity, it doesn't matter to me. With this celestial protective talisman, I'll feel more at ease when I enter the capital." Lu Baijie nodded and suddenly smiled. "Do you know who the most eye-catching swordsman in the capital is?" Su Fengnian asked, "Isn't it Qi Jiajia and Bai Jiangshan, the famous old foes of Great Peace City? I remember that Qi Jiajia blocked your path with his sword when you entered the capital." Lu Baijie shook her head and said, "Not these two, but a previously unknown wanderer who challenged the current sword champion of the Wu clan, Wu Luding. It seemed like he was picking up a soft persimmon, so he bypassed Wu Luding and challenged his female sword attendant. Unexpectedly, both of them became famous in a single battle. The woman named Shui Hua actually used the 2-sleeve green snake that became a legend after the death of the god of swords, Li Chungang. As for the wanderer, he was also quite good. It was said that he only used 2 swords, and even though he was defeated, it was still an honorable defeat. I missed that match." Later on, the wanderer went to challenge by Jiangshan and Qi Jiajia for 2 more matches. I personally went to watch both matches. This young man's swordsmanship is extraordinary. Those 2 sword moves can be said to be the pinnacle of swordsmanship. It's as if when one cultivates the sword to such a level, one would be able to stand at the very top and look down on all the other mountains, and one would no longer have the desire to climb to the top to admire the scenery. But everyone can see that no matter who he fights, he only has the ability to use 2 sword moves. Back when Wang Xianji first entered Jianghu, she walked the complicated path of learning from various masters. That young swordsman is different. It can be said that he is the complete opposite. Su Fengnian said bluntly, "It's 2 sword moves rather than 1 sword move. He has skipped a large part of the path that most swordsmen would probably never reach the end of in their lifetime. It's obvious that he has the guidance of a top master, otherwise he would not be so conceited. If he is really left with only one sword move, I'm afraid it will be a big unreasonable hand. At that time, only Sword Crown Wu Luding, Beimang's Sword Aura, Dragon and Tiger Xianxia, Wudong Wang Xiaoping, and a few others would be able to fight with him. Entering the Dao through the sly path, why do I feel that it's a bit like Huang Sanjia? Speaking of this, Su Fengnian's attitude waned. Didn't she also disdain to ride a sword and directly barge into the gate of the imperial sword of half a sword immortal? Lu Baijie smiled and said, then it's fortunate that this young man came to challenge me 3 days later. Otherwise, wouldn't I have lost without a doubt? Su Fengnian was stunned and said, that guy came to you? Sword Fairy Tangxi smiled and said, I just wanted to give you the sword so that I could find an excuse to hide. In order to watch his 2 sword moves during the day, the imperial censor has already flown into the palace like snowflakes. It can't be done more than 3 times. Su Fengnian whispered, you wanted me to replace you in the sword fight? Lu Baijie nodded and said calmly, didn't the millions of people in the capital not believe that you could kill the 5th raccoon? Su Fengnian said helplessly, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Uncle Lu. Lu Baijie did not say anything to comfort him. Instead, she added fuel to the fire and said, that's why it's better for me to personally participate in this sword fight. Take it as a farewell to your hopeless swordsmanship. You can forget about the tyrannical Xiu sword. As for my master Yang Yuzhang's swordsmanship, as long as you don't cause any trouble before the Lidong observance ceremony, I can still consider it. Su Fengnian whispered, the tree wants to be still, but the wind will not stop. With a sigh, Lu Baijie got up and left. The little attendant did not dare to underestimate the white-haired young man like before. He hurriedly followed his teacher out of the yard, feeling wronged and suspicious. He lowered his voice and said softly, Teacher. Sword Fairy Tangxi gave him another chestnut. If you have a clear conscience, there are no ghosts. The young man with the sword case lowered his head and muttered, but that red-robed ghost hanged on the old pagoda tree like a hanged ghost. It's really scary. Go back and reflect on your mistakes. Copy books. Teacher, why does the heir have white hair? Why don't you ask him yourself? I don't dare. He already knows how to use a flying sword. I didn't treat him well in Gangnam-do either. What if he's narrow-minded and comes to take my head with his sword? Who's going to carry your sword for you in the future? Didn't you also not believe that he killed the master of troop raising mountain? You even made a bet with Xiao Chu in private. How much did you lose? Hey, it's only a few coins of silver. I think I lost too little. Look at you. When you're young, you're lucky to have met the girl you like. If you're confident that you can make her happy and stable in the future, then hurry up and say it. I haven't studied enough. I'm not learned enough, and I haven't learned the sword art well. Teacher, why don't we do it a little later? As you wish. Lu Baijie nodded and said goodbye to Tong Ziliang, who was guarding outside the yard. She walked out of the post house and turned to look at the dragon-clawed pagoda tree. In the medicine book, there was a budding pagoda tree. When boiled in boiling water, it could make people live forever without turning white. But what was the use? The children of the Su family realized that the one who suffered the most was Su Fengnian. Chapter 719. Under the shade of the old pagoda tree, Xianyuan Qingfeng asked tentatively, is the person visiting Horse Wei your Uncle Lu, or the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Lu Baijie? Su Fengnian said softly, it's all right. Using the identity of Sword Immortal Tangxi, asking for the sword and gifting it to clear our relationship. Lowering myself to greet a junior as a senior, I don't need to meddle with Lu Daolin, the Minister of Rights. Uncle Lu isn't an ordinary person, but he's in a high position in the imperial court. He has to think for his family, so he can't do both. I know what's good for me, so I won't embarrass him. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare to visit me personally under the emperor's nose. They'd probably just find someone to pass on the message to Horse Wei. Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered, officials are indeed much more cunning than the Yellow River. Su Fengnian laughed, that's already considered simple and straightforward. Xianyuan Qingfeng skimmed over this foul matter and asked curiously, who do you think will be the first to come to Horse Wei to make trouble for you? Su Fengnian thought for a moment, then said slowly, there are many influential people in the capital, but those who dare to come to my door directly can be counted on one hand. Princess Sui Zhu, who is absolutely irreconcilable with me, is definitely one of them. Then there are a few others. As he said this, Tong Ziliang knocked on the door a few times, then reported, Your Highness, Her Highness the Princess is visiting Horse Wei incognito. Xianyuan Qingfeng was stunned. Su Fengnian, who had always been a jinx, stood up with a self-deprecating expression. I'll go take a look. Princess Sui Zhu Zhaofengya had already arrived at the outer courtyard. Her retainer was still that noble from Dongyue, Zhang Huan, who carried the twin sabers at his waist. He had gone to Sun Diao Temple, one of Wudong's 12 supervisors. After returning to the palace, he quickly lost his power and faded out of sight. She saw Su Fengnian, who had nothing but a jade belt around his waist, and clicked her tongue. You don't even dare to wear a saber now? What, are you afraid someone will challenge you to a duel and expose you? You even said you killed the 5th raccoon of Mount Tibbing. Who are you trying to fool? Su Fengnian narrowed his phoenix eyes, which many women could only dream of, and smiled. If you believe it, then it's... Zhao Fengya was furious. Furious. Uncle Su Ziliang, why did you come here? Don't you think it's embarrassing? Su Fengnian said indifferently, Su Shao asked you to take me to try some snacks in the capital. I think we should forget about it. Zhao Fengya spat. You're such a big pile of dog shit. I can't wait to take a detour. Of the Princess Zhao. Of Zhao's. Of the. Of the. Fengya of you. Of the. Is. Of. Xianyuan Qingfeng stood behind Su Fengnian with a smirk. He was obviously gloating. Zhang Huan, who had 2 Chongdang swords at his waist, did not dare to let his guard down when he saw Su Fengnian. When he saw the young lady in purple, it was as if he was facing a great enemy. Her Royal Highness, who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, was really suffering in silence for provoking others. Jianghu was different from officialdom. In officialdom, the more cunning the old fox was, the more vicious he was, and the more respected he was. In Jianghu, it was better to bully a white-bearded old man than a young man. After the Jianghu people passed their prime, most of them were like chess pieces. Their level of improvement was much lower than when they were young. The Crown Prince of Northern Liang was a far cry from the Wudong Mountain. Zhang Huan had already felt that he couldn't fathom the Crown Prince's strength. Moreover, there was also the seductive and gloomy woman. Her aura was so strong that Zhang Huan didn't even need to draw his saber to admit defeat. Su Fengnian smiled and said, That's good. I don't need to dirty the princess's feet. Everyone is happy. Princess Sui Zhu turned around and said an earth-shattering prophecy, How dare you kill the prince? I'd like to see how you, Su Fengnian, can walk out of Great Peace City alive. Su Fengnian looked up at the empty autumn sky and said casually, Look, a sparrow came and left. Zhao Fengya turned around angrily. Zhang Huan did not dare to stop her. She walked to the bottom of the stairs and pointed at Su Fengnian who was standing on the stairs. Say that again. Su Fengnian lowered his head and smiled at the tip of the shrewish and arrogant lady's small nose. Her freckles were small and playful. I was talking about a sparrow. What does it have to do with the princess? Zhao Fengya did not turn her head and shouted, Zhang Huan, kill him. Zhang Huan had no choice but to slowly draw a relatively long sword. Then, there was nothing. Confused, Princess Sui Zhu turned her head to look. Just as she was about to reprimand him, she saw a scene that made her shriek. Behind Zhang Huan, a female ghost in a crimson robe was floating. She was laughing happily as she stretched out her 6 arms. One of them pressed down on Zhang Huan's arm that was pulling out the knife, while the other pressed down on Zhang Huan's head. Like most women in the royal family, Zhao Fengya believed in Huang Lao Tzu and immortals. She was so frightened that she retreated on the spot. She knocked against the stairs and fell backward. She subconsciously closed her eyes to wait for the pain, but she fell into a warm embrace. When she opened her eyes, she saw a face that she had never seen so close. A strand of white hair fell to the tip of her nose. It was soft and ticklish. Chapter 720. It was the end of autumn in the 6th year of Yong Hong's reign. Today's court assembly was the last grand court assembly before the beginning of winter. Other than the 6 kings entering the capital, almost all of the officials outside the court rolled into the capital. Among them was the General Gu Jiantang, who was rumored to hand over the position of Minister of War. The famous general of the spring and autumn period, Lu Shengxiang. The rest of the generals who were still alive all put on their court uniforms and followed the flood as the sky darkened. They entered the imperial road from the mansions in all directions and slowly flowed to the outside of the imperial palace. Great Peace City was the center of the world. It became the imperial road for the bride's waist. It was 16 miles long and was without a doubt the most majestic central axis in history. The 9 meridians and 9 latitudes led to the front of the court and the back of the market. The buildings on the central axis were thicker and more majestic than those of previous dynasties. The Xiamawi post house was located between the inner and outer city. It was less than half a mile away from the Yong and Gate Bridge on the central axis. The river under the bridge was called the Dragon Whisker Ditch. The people said that the water in the capital formed the Dragon Whisker here. However, Chonghua of the Liang dynasty used a bridge to subdue the water dragon. An inconspicuous carriage followed the imperial road and slowly drove to the Zhao family urn outside the main gate of the imperial palace. Outside the first gate of the imperial palace, there were 2 archways named Fu Wenzhen Wu. The Ministry of War, Ministry of Justice, and other Yamen offices were named Fu Wenzhen Wu. The Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Revenue, and Hanlin Academy were named Fu Wenzhen Wu. They were named Fu Wenzhen Wu on the right. This old man of the Song dynasty used to write Fu Wenzhen Wu. Today's morning court assembly was very grand. There was almost no place to stand near the Zhao family urn. It was filled with all kinds of carriages and servants. The Liang dynasty had been peaceful for 20 years. There were many unwritten rules regarding the morning court assembly. The higher the carriage was, the closer it was to the walls of the imperial palace, while the lower the carriage was further away. Many civil and military officials who were neither high nor low were familiar with the situation of the court assembly. They just walked to the court assembly to avoid hurting the harmony. They did not have to fight with others for seats. It was not easy to be an official in the capital under the emperor's feet. There were no less than 1,000 people in the grand lineup. Among them, there were old men in their 60s who had gray hair but had never been able to cross the threshold of the 5th rank. There were old men in their 30s who had a bright future and were already 4th-rank officials. There were even some in their 40s who were favored by God and held power in their hands. There were nobles with high social status, and there were also royal relatives who wore embroidered robes. Some people joked that if there was an immortal on the earth who could randomly slaughter people in every morning court session, the Liang dynasty would suffer a great loss. There were also some who joked that if they could take the jade pendants of these officials into their pockets, it would be a huge fortune. As for the joke, once you get to know the hundreds of faces outside the city gate, you will have figured out the background of the Liang dynasty. The blue-eyed Zhang Jiulu led the Zhang clique, the Gu clique led by the great general Gu Jiantang, the legacy clique without a leader after Sun Shiji left the capital, and the green clique that collapsed with a bang. These were only the rough divisions on the surface. Internally, there was a tangled mess of various princes' cliques, foreign relatives' cliques, Hanlin Huangmen cliques, Imperial College cliques, Imperial Censors cliques, Enyan cliques, and New Scholars cliques. Some were deep-rooted and enduring for a long time, while others were declining and losing power. No one dared to say that they could make ends meet left and right in this big muddy pond where fish and dragons mixed together. Even Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu did not dare to say so. The city gate was closed and had not been opened yet. More than 1,000 people who were qualified to enter the imperial court stood in their positions one after another. There was no lack of slippery people who were still mingling in various circles and talking. But most of the officials felt the atmosphere of a storm in the city. They held their breath and concentrated their mind, being exceptionally quiet. Occasionally, they had some enlightenment and whispered to each other, but they were very careful and only whispered to the cliques around them. The carriage that got off the horse steed came a little late, so it was extremely difficult to find any gaps. It could only stop far away, and a man in white who was suspected of violating the etiquette walked down. A dozen or so officials who were afraid of missing the court meeting hurriedly ran past, not even having the time to take a look. A middle-aged, dark-skinned fat man was having a particularly hard time, panting heavily. Just as he brushed past the white-haired man, he bent over with his hands on his knees, sweating profusely. Looking at the patch on his court robe, he was a fifth-rank chancellor of heavenly strategy. He could be considered a high-ranking official in the directorate of the Qingshui Yamen. After all, the left chancellor, Huan Wen, was only a third-rank chancellor. However, the fat man's bulging buttocks were so swollen that his court robe was about to burst open. It really couldn't be considered elegant. He lowered his head and panted like a cow. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the man beside him slowly walking forward. There was an uncommon jade belt around his waist. This made the dark-skinned fat man, who had no talent for currying favor in officialdom but had a pair of fiery golden eyes. Strange. Could it be that he was a distant descendant of one of the branches of the Zhao family? If it wasn't for the fact that the Zhao family had an extremely distant relationship with the previous emperor's branch, they wouldn't have settled down here and walked to court. The dark-skinned fat man hurriedly looked up and became even more puzzled. It was a young man with gray hair. Although the dark-skinned fat man's appearance was shabby, he was a warm-hearted man. He gritted his teeth and walked forward, whispering, "Sir, allow me to say one more thing. I've never heard of your embroidered robe before. Please don't use it rashly. If this sir inherits the title of a prince of the previous dynasty, you can't wear this court robe right away. There will be many imperial censors and eunuchs staring at you if you walk a few steps forward." The fatty's words were too careless. It was no wonder that he could only work in the imperial college, where it was extremely difficult for him to make a name for himself. The white-haired man turned his head to look at him and dismissed it with a smile. Perhaps the dark-skinned fatty had a stubborn personality, as he nagged endlessly, "Sir, you really shouldn't be so careless." A few years ago, there was a distant son of a royal prince who hadn't seen the world, and no one talked to him about the rules. In the end, he went to court according to the old calendar. Before he even entered the door, he was stripped of his official robe and demoted 2 ranks on the same day. Today is the most important court session in more than a decade. Sir, you really should listen to my advice and quickly go back and change into a set of court robes. It's better to be late and be punished than to be wrong and be beaten. I see that official robe of yours. If placed in the current Yonghong era, only the Prime Minister and some of the great scholars would wear it to court. The white-haired man frowned and walked forward in silence. The dark-skinned fatty who was walking on his right caught a glimpse of the saber hanging at the young man's waist. He slapped his thigh hard and said with a sad face as if his family had suffered a disaster, "I say, sir, you really can't be a coward anymore. Going to court with a saber, you are." The white-haired man in the white official robe was naturally the crown prince of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, who was attending the court session of Liang for the first time in his life. He chuckled softly and said, "Mr. Chancellor, are you saying that I'm courting death?" The dark-skinned fatty smiled embarrassedly and waved his hand hard. He said awkwardly, "I can't afford to be Chancellor, and I can't afford to be Mr. Chancellor." The dark-skinned fatty, who was equivalent to an assistant minister in the Imperial College, finally didn't continue to insensibly mention that he had overstepped his boundaries. After all, he wasn't so blind as to be at the bottom of a pot. However, it was obvious that the dark-skinned fatty was worried about being implicated. He subconsciously distanced himself from Su Fengnian, but his conscience was really tormenting him. After walking for a while, he took only 50 or 60 steps and said in a low voice with a bitter face, "I say, sir, may I take the liberty to ask, where do you work? Do you have a solid backer in the court? Can you talk to a noble in the palace? If you don't have the last two, I really advise you not to go to the morning court. The capital is not like other places. There are many rigid rules." Chapter 721. Su Fengnian, who had a Bailiang saber hanging from his waist, chuckled softly. "This is indeed my first time entering the capital. No one has reminded me of the rules. My father is still alive and this set of clothes was sent to my residence by the imperial court at the last minute. I shouldn't have broken any rules. As for the saber, if it really did break the imperial court, I'll just take it as a lesson. At worst, I won't enter the city gate or go to the palace hall and leave the capital with my tail between my legs." In any case, when I entered the capital, I didn't see any officials from the Ministry of Rights receiving me. Hearing that the python clothes were newly bestowed by the imperial court, the dark-skinned fatty felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He thought that this young man, who didn't know the fierceness of a tiger, would definitely be stopped outside the city gate. Mending the pen after the sheep were lost, he raised his thumb and praised, "Let's not talk about other things. This young man has enough courage and boldness." Su Fengnian and the dark-skinned fatty walked together, slowly walking at the end of the central axis of the road. Although the dark-skinned fatty was poor as an official, he was still a noble who had entered the first-class imperial college. He still had the qualifications to walk a few dozen steps forward. Don't underestimate the significance of these few dozen steps. How many officials in the capital were ranked at the bottom the first time they entered the imperial court? They stood at the furthest distance and still ended up so miserable on their last visit. Being even one step closer to the city gate was a great blessing. Otherwise, why did they say that outside the imperial court, the pot calling the kettle black? The more they walked forward, the more the dark-skinned fatty felt that the atmosphere was strange. This made the Imperial College's Chancellor of Heavenly Strategies, who was used to being ignored and looked down upon, feel uncomfortable all over. He walked straight forward. Following the young heir who had popped out of nowhere, it was as if they were splitting the river and cutting the waves. Some of the officials who had originally looked down on him with their noses in the air now had complicated expressions in their eyes. Their expressions were abnormally stiff. They tore apart the line on both sides and retreated a few more steps. The dark-skinned fatty had already seen the faces of most of his colleagues in the Imperial College. Just as he was about to sneak in and shut his mouth as usual, he saw that the left chancellor of the Imperial College, Huan Wan, was actually not with the Grand Secretary this time. Instead, he was looking at him with a smile. This made the dark-skinned fatty, who was most afraid of Chancellor Huan's unique smile, feel his hair stand on end. The little chancellor, who had become a laughingstock because of his poor appearance, approached the Imperial College's team. The left chancellor, who was privately known as Lord Huan, patted the fatty's shoulder and laughed, "Wang Tong Lu, you're really something." Many of his colleagues from the Imperial College beside him also had a playful look in their eyes, which made the dull dark fatty even more confused. The skinny left chancellor smiled and said, "Bronze Furnace, when did you get on board with Bailiang? You've been hiding your strength. Don't forget this old man when you're successful in the future." Wang Tong Lu scratched his head in confusion and asked in confusion, "Old man, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Huan Wan cast a sidelong glance at the young man who should have died in the womb 21 years ago. He curled his lips and joked, "Look at that one. Have you been wondering all along the way why that brat dares to wear a white python robe and carry a sword to court?" Wang Tonglu nodded his head vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, yes. I've been trying to persuade him for a long time, but that young master only smiled at me and didn't listen to me. It made me very anxious." Even though the left chancellor had experienced the ups and downs of the officialdom, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry having such a slow-witted subordinate. He slapped Wang Tonglu's shoulder heavily and said, "You idiot, you must have gone silly from helping to compile the new calendar. Didn't you see that on the way here, everyone looked at you as if you were the god of plague?" Wang Tonglu was so anxious that his face flushed red. One could see the redness on his black charcoal face, which was enough to see that he was burning with impatience. "Old man, don't keep me in suspense. If you don't tell me, I'll say my stomach hurts and I don't dare to go to court." The left chancellor laughed loudly. "That brat is the Bailiang heir who was said to have taken the heads of Su Huainan and Diwu Raccoon. This fox assuming the tiger's might is a once-in-a-century occurrence." The dark fatty's legs went soft. Fortunately, Huanwen was there to support him. The old man laughed angrily. "Quickly stand up straight. I'm already so old, I can't support your 200 pounds of autumn fat." Wang Tonglu stretched his neck to look at that snow-white back and said as if he was mourning for a loved one, "Old man, my stomach really does hurt." The left chancellor Huanwen had always been known to be protective of his calf among the important officials of the capital. He scolded jokingly, "What a disgrace. To think that your body of talent and your body of flesh are of the same weight. In a moment, you'll follow behind me." Wang Tonglu's legs swayed and he said dejectedly, "Oh." A fan-shaped scene appeared outside the main gate of the imperial city. It was led by Grand Secretary Zhang Julu and General Gu Jiantang. There was also the king of Yanqi, Zhao Yi, the king of Guangling, Zhao Sui, the king of Jiaodong, Zhao Ying, the king of Huainan, and Zhao Heng, the king of Jing'an. There was also Chen Jibao, who had changed into a brand new bright red python robe. The gap behind the young man wearing the white python robe disappeared and he was surrounded in the middle. Isolated and without help. It was the same situation as Bailiang and the 300,000 steel cavalry. Su Fengnian was expressionless. He said in his heart, "Su Xiao, this time I'll go for you." #### things at the end of the month. At the beginning of the month, he wrote 1, 2, 3, 45. At the end of the month, he also finished what he had started. In June, at the beginning of the month, he said that he would guarantee 5,000 words a day and that he would rest for 4 days a month. At the end of the month, he would update around 140,000 words. Perhaps to many writers, this was a very insincere amount of updates. However, to me, this kind of promise still made me a bit nervous. At the beginning, he said that other than the guaranteed monthly votes, he could hold on to it. If he didn't give enough in the middle of the month, he wouldn't give it to me even if I begged him for votes. As a result, as of yesterday, on the 26th, he had already written close to 165,000 words. That's why he said, 6, 7, 8, 9. If you have any free monthly votes, you can vote for him. As for the monthly votes, there's no need for that. This month, everyone worked very hard. Even if my updates exceeded expectations, in my own opinion, it was far from what you all paid for it. The matter of asking for votes is that everyone still has the remaining monthly votes. In this month's monthly votes battle, old readers came back one after another. New readers continued to stay strong. The two sides were divided, but they complemented each other. It was very exciting. I know that at the beginning, Snow wasn't a very likable work. Xuanhuan wasn't Xuanhuan, Wuxia wasn't Wuxia, it was all in one pot. However, I was very happy when I wrote Snow. I was happy that I didn't encounter any major bottlenecks. I was happy that I silently picked up my character. I was happy that many new readers joined in. I was happy that new readers occasionally didn't understand my updates. I was happy that you all argued or explained things for the sake of the story. For me, as long as my life was stable, I didn't mind earning less money and having more readers. Of course, if I could have both, that would be the best. I was lucky to have debuted in the golden age of online literature. At that time, I never thought that I would be where I am today. I was lucky to have met you all. In the 8th, Snow will start pre-selling on Dang Dang tomorrow, which is Wednesday. Toad will probably be published in October. However, compared to Snow, Toad is still a long way off. Thus, Snow became my first published simplified Chinese book. I hope that everyone can support it within their abilities. I also sincerely hope that Snow will be a physical book that can maintain its value and increase in value. I always felt that the book in Snow would be better if it was read slowly on paper. I reckon that one of my hardcore readers at the publishing house, the beautiful girl who planned the publication of Snow, was completely speechless by my laziness. I thank her here. It was because of her stubbornness that everyone was able to see the physical book in Snow so quickly. In the 9th, next month, which is September, we will still fight for first place in the monthly votes. However, as Xiao Yi, who I have known for many years, said, we are all persevering. That is enough. I suddenly remembered a sentence from Li Yufu, I see Jianghu sees me. I work hard to write the book, you quietly read the book. Chapter 722. Auspicious Opening. Forbidden Purple. Su Fengnian finally saw the main hall in front of him. It had a yellow roof and red walls. The two wings of yellow glazed roof gradually fell. The main hall was built on a white sumru base. On the left and right of the central axis of his feet were the seawall tiles. Su Fengnian knew a little about geomancy. He knew that the central axis behind him was not only 16 miles of imperial road, but also a long earth axis that extended to the south of the empire. Mount Fengshan, the mountains in Huaizhong, and the many mountain ranges in Jiangnan formed three majestic mountains. The emperor of the Zhao family in the capital was sitting on the dragon throne in the main hall, listening to the world from the south. The head of the civil officials, Zhang Jiulu, walked to the right. The head of the military, Gu Jiantang, walked to the left. The 5 kings of the imperial family all walked slowly around Zhang Jiulu. Only Chen Zhibao and Gu Jiantang walked side by side. Su Fengnian, as the son of a king, should not be in front. But no one raised an objection. The imperial censor shut up and the eunuchs kept quiet. Among the 5 kings, the king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, walked behind Zhao Ying, the duke of Huainan. Zhao Sui, the duke of Jiaodong, intentionally or unintentionally, fell behind his nephew, Zhao Sun. He walked in front of Su Fengnian, but did not say anything. It was like a crumbling old wall, sheltering the young man from the wind and rain for the last time. Su Fengnian kept his gaze down and silently counted his steps. When the glorious dragon wall appeared in his vision, he was about to start climbing up the steps. When he stepped on the white jade steps, he gently turned his head back to look. There were a lot of people moving around, and the sound of jade hitting jade could be heard. His figure slightly stagnated. The old civil official behind him, who once carried the coffin and remonstrated with the king of Bailiang, subconsciously retracted his foot and snorted heavily. Obviously, he was dissatisfied with the young prince's ignorance. Su Fengnian retracted his gaze and did not care about the elder's demonstration. He turned around and climbed step by step into the main hall. There was a dragon throne in the main hall. In front of the hall was the Pill Emperor. There were copper tortoises, copper cranes, and sundials. There were 18 cauldrons on the upper and lower terrace. When the powerful officials who had the qualifications to enter the main hall stood in place, the Son of Heaven, dressed in a yellow dragon robe, finally appeared. The several princes also quietly entered the hall. According to past practice, when the eunuch announced the start of the morning court ceremony, the hundreds of officials inside and outside the main hall had to kneel and kowtow to the emperor. However, this court assembly was clearly different from the past. Not only was Han Diaosi replaced by Song Tonglu, the emperor was also not in a hurry to take a seat. The solemn-faced head of the imperial palace, Song Tonglu, said in a clear voice, "In today's morning court assembly, Minister Zhang Jiulu does not need to kneel." The purple-bearded, blue-eyed Grand Secretary Zhang did not move at all. He was originally standing at the front of the right-hand side. The several princes standing side by side also had their eyes lowered. Naturally, no one could see the expression of this current court's Grand Secretary. Ever since Li Yang pacified the central plains of spring and autumn, the number of officials who received special merit could be counted on one's fingers. Counting on one's fingers, there were only 3 people. The old Grand Secretary, Zhang Jiulu's respected teacher, did not need to kneel to the Son of Heaven in the court assembly. After West Chu's Grand Preceptor entered the capital and assumed the post of the left servant of the province, he was granted the right to sit in the Pill Emperor's yellow rosewood imperial tutor chair. Only, the elder had never sat down even once. Then there was the King of Bailiang, who used to be a pillar of state, who did not kneel in front of the emperor, who did not kneel in front of the emperor, who did not kneel in front of the emperor. Of the 3, only the civil and military official Su Shao, who relied on his military achievements, was the most impolite, so he naturally attracted criticism. Great General Gu Jiantang does not need to kneel. Song Tonglu's deep and resounding voice that didn't seem like a eunuch's continued to pass down. The first person on the left in the main hall, the Minister of War Gu Jiantang, lowered his head slightly as a way of expressing his gratitude. Everyone in Liyang criticized Su Shao for being disrespectful in everything. Most of them also felt sorry that this great general, who was also an important official with meritorious service during the spring and autumn period, could not fulfill his ambitions and was trapped in the post of Minister of War for 18 years. Only in recent years did he rush to the northern border. Everyone in the court felt that the Son of Heaven was wise. With Gu Jiantang guarding the northern gate of the capital, Li Yang could naturally rest easy without worry. However, nowadays, there were constantly rumors coming out of the capital's prestigious mansions that Great General Gu was about to step down from his post as Minister of War. This made many people start to mutter again, hoping that Minister Gu's military power would not be taken away as well. Now that the military town at the northern border had just improved slightly, could it be that they were going to burn the bridge after crossing the river? That would be killing the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. War Saint Chen Zhibao does not need to kneel. In the future, during the court assembly, Chen Zhibao may enter the hall in civilian clothes and with a sword at his side. Chen Zhibao's face was expressionless. However, the pillars of the court all sucked in a breath of cold air. Some of the younger officials, perhaps because they had heard the older generation talk about how the current emperor regarded and respected the little butcher, most of them did not think much of it. Today, they had thoroughly experienced it. Chen Zhibao currently did not have the title of king or an official position. Fine, then he would directly confer the title of war saint in front of the court officials. These 2 words carried even more weight than not kneeling in front of the emperor. It was clear that Chen Zhibao's position in Liyang, which unified the spring and autumn period, was almost equivalent to one of the spring and autumn period's 13 armors, Yi Baikue, to West Chu. Previously, when the 5 kings entered the capital, the emperor did not give them any special treatment. Only when a white horse in white clothes and plum wine from West Chu entered the capital, the emperor personally came out of the palace to welcome them. Now, he even wore civilian clothes and had a sword at his side to attend the court assembly, becoming the 4th person after Su Zhao's old Grand Secretary son Shiji. Chen Zhibao's special honor could be said to be at the peak of perfection. Yan Qi King Zhao Bing does not need to kneel. The king of Yan lowered his head and said softly, "Thank you for your grace." The Imperial College's left chancellor, Huan Wen, does not kneel. The wizened old man, Huan Wen, gave a carefree smile and calmly accepted it. Huan Wen was an anomaly in the Liyang imperial court. He was famous for not fighting. Not fighting once was nothing, but Huan Wen had not fought for more than half his life. Back then, among the old Grand Secretary's favorite students, Huan Wen's poetic talent was publicly acknowledged to be above Zhang Jiulu's. Before the old Grand Secretary passed away, Ku Enyin alone entered the Hanlin Academy as the Yellow Gatekeeper. It was said that it was Huan Wen who gave the position to Bai Yan while he sneaked out of the capital and became a small foreign official, slowly climbing up the ranks without arrogance or impetuousness. Afterwards, when he returned to the capital to resume his post, the emperor originally intended for him to enter either the Ministry of Personnel or the Ministry of Rights. However, at that time, those two third-rank high positions just happened to be his close old friends. As a result, Huan Wen ran off to the Imperial College to serve as the chancellor. Behind closed doors, he wholeheartedly studied knowledge. When it came to the imperial court's important officials, their reputation was high and they could be mentioned on equal terms with Huan Wen. However, in their later years, this old man Song's son and the current Minister of Rights, Liu Daolin, were just a few people. Xiongzhou's Yao Baifeng does not kneel. Chapter 723. A scholarly old man at the back bowed slightly in return, neither servile nor overbearing. Yao Baifeng had always been a free and unfettered scholar in the Liang dynasty. He himself was a first-rate Confucian scholar, one of the 5 heroes of the Yao school. His reputation was no less than the 3 heroes of the Song school. He even used his home school to contend with the private school of Qi Yanglong of the Inshua Palace. When Zhang Jiulu was young, he had asked Master Yao many times. When Bai Yan turned 20, he carried his books and traveled to study. The first place he went was the Wenji building of the Yao family in Xiongzhou. Yao Baifeng devoted his life to transforming the essence of Confucianism into national studies. He had students all over the world. Yao Baifeng's trip to the capital to meet the emperor would not have been so quiet if it were not for the fact that the 5 kings had gathered and Chen Zhibao had come alone, which was too eye-catching. The crown prince of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, will not kneel. When head eunuch Song Tonglu said this, the hall was finally in an uproar. Most of the officials standing side by side looked at each other. But the next sentence was even more shocking. He can enter the palace with a Beiliang sword, and he can enter and leave the palace at will in casual clothes. Countless officials sighed in their hearts. The court was building momentum for this little bastard to succeed the king of Beiliang in the future. What a Beiliang! Zhang Jiulu, Gu Jiantang, Zhao Bing, Huan Wen, and Yao Baifeng didn't kneel in today's court assembly. In the future, they probably wouldn't receive this treatment. Chen Zhibao and Su Fengnian, who were also from Beiliang, didn't kneel in the future. One could already enter the palace with a sword, while the other could enter the palace with a sword. This meant that as long as the two didn't commit any major crimes, this honor would continue to be passed down. Every time they participated in a court assembly, they would have more indescribable glory. As for Chen Zhibao, who was personally praised by the emperor as the white-clothed war immortal, the officials in the hall were already mentally prepared. As for Yao Baifeng, he was a renowned scholar. It was reasonable that he didn't kneel even once. But this Beiliang heir, Su Fengnian, what virtue and ability did he have? Some officials who hated Beiliang and feared the butchers glanced sideways at the young man whose hair was as white as an old man's. They all silently cursed in their hearts. Since his hair was already white, he might as well die. Beiliang's white-haired people sending off their own white-haired people. That was truly a joyous occasion for the entire country to celebrate. 7 people who didn't kneel, there was no one else who didn't kneel. After the head eunuch spoke, the thousands of people inside and outside the hall slowly knelt down. Like a tide, they quickly rushed from south to north. Not to mention the officials in the square who couldn't see the emperor's dragon face. After the 300 officials kneeled on the wide steps in the hall, they could only see the emperor's feet on the dragon throne. Among the 7 people who didn't kneel, most of them, including Yao Baifeng and the others, had their heads bowed. The old man, Huan Wen, looked left and right. In the eyes of this old man, who was jokingly called Tantanon, Chen Zhibao, who was no longer wearing white, was handsome and dignified. He was truly a strange man who would stand out wherever he went. Huanwen had a good impression of this young man who had enjoyed wealth early on. In his heart, he had long placed him in the first line with the Minister of War, Gu Jiantang. Then Huanwen saw the man in white in front of him, who was even younger than Chen Zhibao. Of course there was a world of difference between the two. When the white-clothed war sage entered the city with plum wine, thousands of people turned out to greet him. The emperor himself came. The difference between the white-clothed war sage and the white-haired emperor standing in front of him was like heaven and earth. It was said that even the officials of the Ministry of Rites wanted to see him, which made the Ministry of Rites very angry. If it weren't for the fact that the minister Lu Daolin was related to the Su family by marriage, they would have already cursed him in the office. Huanwen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He didn't know whether this kid was stupid or calm. Right now he was looking up at the Xian Yuan mirror hanging in the middle of the main hall. Huanwen followed his gaze and looked up. Huanwen was a learned man who knew everything in the literary world. Not only did he know that the place where Su Fengnian was looking at was a peach-wood talisman, he even knew the Fu characters on both sides of the talisman. The Liang dynasty originally emphasized both Taoism and Buddhism. Taoism came first and Buddhism came second. Therefore, the hall-suppressing peach talisman was a combination of Buddhism and Taoism. On the front side was the Taoism, 3 pure secret art-suppressing country-suppressing talisman, and the Tai Chi talisman. On the back side was the Dharma-suppressing 8 characters mantra heart sutra written by a Buddha of the 2 Zen temples, as well as the 8 treasures umbrella cover mantra and Guanyin mantra. However, in Huanwen's opinion, since the Buddha annihilation had begun, the hall-suppressing talisman should be replaced with a new one like the memorial archway. Huanwen stared at the back of the young man in a daze, pondering over some unknown meaning. Yang Taisui the sickly tiger felt guilty about the white clothes case in the capital. Over the years, his state deteriorated day by day. He couldn't stop Prime Minister Qingxi Zhao Danping from gaining power day by day. He only hoped that he could quietly establish a cornerstone in the Buddha annihilation torrent that couldn't be stopped by a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, man proposes, God disposes, and he died outside Jianghu. With his death, the holy monk of the dragon tree passed away in Beimang, and Li Dongxin was unwilling to leave the 2 Zen temples. Buddhism was doomed to be bleak. Huanwen was one of the few scholars who bluntly advocated the unification of the 3 religions. Unfortunately, on this matter, Old Man Huan also knew Green Eye's difficulties, so he didn't want to add more trouble to the Grand Secretary. The Emperor interrupted Huanwen's thoughts with a shout, "Rise, all my beloved officials." Huanwen collected some of his emotions and began to close his eyes to rest and nap. The old man had already known about the shocking news from the morning court, so there was no need to talk about expectations. Although he was also involved, Huanwen had long been accustomed to the mandate of heaven, so he didn't find it strange. Today, no one dared to be tactless and talk too much. They could only listen attentively. Imperial edicts were issued one after another. Looking at the expressions of the civil and military officials, one could tell that there would soon be an aggressive shaking of the court and the common people. Promote the left chancellor of the Imperial College, Huanwen, to the left push of the province and be conferred the title of Grand Secretary of the Wen Ting. Promote Yao Baifeng to the left chancellor of the Imperial College. Promote Jean Lanting to the right chancellor of the Imperial College. Gu Jiantang will be relieved of his post as Minister of War and be conferred the title of Great Pillar State, in charge of the military and politics of the northern region. Promote Lu Xingxiang to the Assistant Minister of War. Confer Yan Jieshi to the Grand Secretary of the Dongyuan Pavilion. The last imperial edict was, Chen Zhibao is in charge of the Minister of War. In the future, if there is an external post, he can also lead the Ministry of War. At this point, Chen Zhibao turned his head and looked to the right. It just so happened that someone was looking to the left. On the dragon throne, the emperor had a playful look in his eyes. Chapter 724. The court session was dismissed with a light sentence. Nothing happened in the hall, but the entire dynasty was in a storm. Any single promotion today would be enough to make the capital talk about it for months to half a year. But once it happened, it was easy to make people dumbfounded. Hundreds of court officials stood up and slowly walked out of the hall. Most of the old people went to congratulate Huan, grandfather Huan, who had been transferred to become the left servant of the province. Regarding Tantanon's promotion, it could be said that they were happy to hear about it. No one was jealous or jealous. Some of the younger and more popular court officials flocked to Jean Lanting, calling him brother. It was very lively. They originally thought that Jean Lanting would polish his position as the emperor's personal attendant for a few more years before returning to take up an important position. They never thought that he would leap to become the right chancellor of the imperial college left behind by Song's second master. This was a dignified secondary third rank in his early 30s. He had even become the leader of tens of thousands of imperial students, becoming famous in one fell swoop. Everyone knew that Jean Lanting, this outsider, was destined to be irresistible in the officialdom. They couldn't help but wonder if he really was the next template of Grand Secretary Zhang. After Jean Lanting returned the greeting to everyone, he quickened his pace and walked toward grandfather Huan and the new left chancellor, the head of the Yao family. He respectfully bowed with his hands folded in front. The two elders smiled as they helped this young man, who could no longer be described as a new noble. The three of them entered and left the imperial college. They were originally of the same origin, so their relationship was imperceptibly closer. Moreover, Jean Lanting had long been half of Yao Baifeng's student. Leaving the hall, they formed a circle. These three were the core, and the other was Zhang Jiulu, Gu Jiantang, and Chen Jibao. Unexpectedly, no one dared to go up and greet them. Then there were the Lu brothers, Lu Daolin, Lu Baijia, and Lu Shengxiang. In the future, the Ministry of War would form an interesting scene of two Lu assistant ministers. The vassal kings all dispersed, occasionally chatting with the officials of the capital, but it was all superficial, neither painful nor itchy. After Zhao Sui, the king of Jiaodong, found the crown prince Zhao Yi, he looked back at the white-haired man who was walking alone. He did not say anything to him. But when the king of Beiliang, whose power was getting weaker and weaker in the Liao kingdom, cast a glance at him, the crown prince of Beiliang cupped his hands and bowed his head. Zhao Sui didn't change his expression. He turned around and walked forward. On the other hand, Zhao Yi, who was also a vassal prince but was unknown, was a little stunned. Hearing his father's light cough, he quickly followed. Su Fengnian left in peace and quiet. He glanced at Jean Lanting, who was surrounded by people in front of him. The little county magistrate who had been scared to death by him in the past was now flushed with success. His speed of promotion was almost comparable to that of Zaifu Zhang Jiulu. Su Fengnian did not have a good impression of this guy who was good at taking advantage of others. He was afraid that if you wanted to go down in the future, you would not be able to. You could only fall down directly. In addition to Jean Lanting, there was also Yan Jieshi, who had become a relative of the royal family after betraying Beiliang. He married a daughter and got the status of a relative of the royal family and a real grand secretary of the palace pavilion. This was a big deal. This old man made up for the Dongyuan pavilion, one of the grand secretaries of the 3 palaces and 3 pavilions. After Huanwen was made the grand secretary of the palace pavilion, which was the head of the 3 pavilions, only the Wuying palace, which was left for Zhang Jiulu after his death, was still empty. Moreover, Yao Baifeng, whose family roots were close to Beiliang, was pulled into the capital and enjoyed a high position. As a result, the civil officials of Beiliang were likely to be restless. Su Fengnian originally wanted to return to Beiliang and pass by the Yao family to see if he could persuade the children of the Yao family to enter Beiliang, which urgently needed a large number of middle-level civil officials. In the past, the Yao family only flirted with Beiliang but did not sleep with them. Now that they had openly entered the bed of the Emperor Zhao family, Su Fengnian saved himself a lot of trouble. Unknowingly, Su Fengnian fell behind everyone. After crossing the threshold of the main hall, he stood at the top of the stairs and stopped. He saw Yan Qiji, who was newly appointed as the Yellow Gatekeeper, by his father's side. He wanted to walk back a few times, but was pulled back by Yan Jieshi. Su Fengnian smiled. It was fortunate that he had the support of his sister, who was about to become the crown princess. Otherwise, with this kid's cowardice and kindness, he would have been eaten by the nobles in the capital long ago. Su Fengnian looked up and did not see Kong Wuqi, whom he had not seen in many years. Presumably, his official rank was still not high enough and did not have the qualifications to participate in the court assembly. Su Fengnian placed one hand on the dragon-carved railing. He knew that the reason the 7 people did not kneel in the court was mostly because of him. More accurately, the emperor had given Su Xiao a great deal of face. However, after giving him the sweet date, he was served with a few sturdy sticks. He had poached the corner of the Yao family into the capital and promoted Jean Lanting to disgust the Bailiang. As for Chen Zhibao temporarily taking charge of the Ministry of War, it would not affect his appointment as the Prince of Shu. It was only because the emperor of the Zhao family favored this person too much that this was the icing on the cake. This kind of behavior was like a man going through untold hardships to chase after a woman he had admired for a long time. He wanted nothing more than to use rouge, powder, gold hairpins, and magnificent clothes on her to show his sincerity. Furthermore, the court could not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Having Chen Zhibao take charge of the ironclad Ministry of War could not only convince the masses and suppress the rebellious officials of the Ministry of War, it could also give the court a way out for Gu Jiantang. Otherwise, even if Gu Jiantang was the only pillar of the country in the current dynasty, if he handed over such a high position as the Minister of War and no one took over the hot potato, it would be too much of a slap to Gu Jiantang's face. Since the beginning of history, matters in the temple had to be closely linked. Su Fengnian pressed down on the Bailiang knife at his waist and said to himself with a smile, "Master, no wonder you said there are 2 magic weapons in the temple, a knife and a sword. The knife that hides a knife in the sleeve and the sword that hides a knife in the belly." Chapter 725. Su Fengnian walked down the steps and turned back to look at the eaves of the main hall. Back then, 3 people had been drinking and singing on the roof. There were a few eunuchs walking back and forth in the square, sweeping the ground and picking up the lost jade pendants of a few careless officials. When they saw the man in the white robe walking out of the imperial city gate, they were all a little afraid. No matter how bad his reputation was, he was still a lord who carried a knife to the morning court. He was not someone they could provoke or make fun of. Moreover, even a fool knew that after Chen Zhibao left Bailiang, there was no doubt who would become the king of Bailiang. After Su Fengnian walked out of the gate, he saw the bright red robe that was obviously waiting for him. Many officials deliberately stopped at a distance, waiting to see a good show. Chen Zhibao had gone to Shu alone and then entered the capital alone. Everyone would only feel that no matter how much power this new Minister of War had, it was not rude at all. Even the butcher and 300,000 cavalrymen couldn't help Su Fengnian. Everyone thought that if this guy could become the emperor's son-in-law as soon as possible, everything would be over. After Su Fengnian came closer, the two walked side by side under the wall. Su Fengnian laughed softly and asked, "Last time when you went to Shu, I didn't have time to see you off. You don't blame me, do you?" Chen Zhibao said gently, "It's okay. When you become the king of Bailiang, I may not be able to attend the ceremony. We don't owe each other anything." Su Fengnian laughed it off. Chen Zhibao was no longer wearing white robes. The white-haired man beside him was wearing a white robe. It was hard to predict the future. After leaving Bailiang, Chen Zhibao, who turned into a dragon in the wind and rain, said indifferently, "If you do well, Bailiang's crown prince, are you confident that you can be the king of Bailiang?" Su Fengnian asked, "If I can't do it, are you going to do it?" Chen Zhibao turned to look at the heir of Bailiang, whom he hadn't interacted much with. He smiled and said, your temperament is indeed like that of a general. Su Fengnian went straight to the point and asked, how many years did you serve as the Minister of War before you went to Shu to be conferred the title of king? When the time comes, will you still lead the Ministry of War? Although they were mortal enemies, Chen Zhibao was very open and candid. He calmly said, first, you'll be conferred the title of king, but you won't just be a vassal for a year or two. Then, you'll be conferred the title of king, and you'll have to violate the rules and lead the Ministry of War for a year or two. Therefore, you still have a few years to accumulate your strength. However, by the time I run out of patience, Beimang will be marching south on a large scale. At that time, you will be attacked from both front and rear. If you still can't conquer the western regions, then you will have to wait for the resources that the Supreme General has accumulated to be exhausted. However, I can tell you clearly that as long as we fail to defend our business, the Su family will have no choice but to flee to the western regions. At that time, I will definitely be the first to kill you. If you die in the plum wine, at least you will live up to your status. It will be better than being assassinated by the imperial court. Su Fengnian slid his hand across the city wall and didn't say anything. The heir of Bailiang, who was known to be glib-tongued, was a man of few words. Instead, it was the usually serious Chen Zhibao who spoke more. I've waited for so many years, but you didn't die in an unexpected disaster. I don't mind waiting a few more years for you to die in the struggle between the two dynasties. Bailiang's 300,000 cavalrymen belong to my adoptive father. As his former adoptive son, I don't dare to fight for them. However, you are someone who hasn't even experienced the spring and autumn war. It's not that you are good at hiding your strength and biding your time, and it's not that you can easily obtain them just by hiding your strength and biding your time. There are many things under the heavens that are right and proper. Unfortunately, this is not one of them. Su Fengnian touched the cool wall with his fingers and said calmly, I'll wait for you. Chen Zhibao smiled gently and turned to leave. There was no cursing or fighting. This greatly disappointed the spectating officials. They all hurriedly dispersed to avoid falling into the eyes of the new Minister of War and bearing a grudge. Su Fengnian continued to walk along the base of the wall. Then, he met the disguised Princess Sui Zhu. She was waiting for him. Then, without any surprise, she said mockingly, it's scary to compare goods. When the two of you stand together, the difference is like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Even I feel embarrassed for you. Su Fengnian said bluntly, you really can't change a dog's habit of eating shit. Princess Sui Zhu flew into a rage. Surnamed Su, I dare you to say that again. Su Fengnian suddenly pointed at the top of the wall. Look, there's another sparrow. Princess Sui Zhu walked over and was kicked by Su Fengnian. In the end, she was the one who was hurt. On the way back to the palace after leaving Mawei Post House, Zhang Huan, a member of the imperial family of the fallen Dongyue, said that the heir of Bailiang was good at martial arts. However, Zhao Fengya, who was stubborn, was unwilling to believe it. Su Fengnian boldly reached out and pinched her delicate nose, covering the dots of freckles. He joked, you finally look better now. Zhao Fengya bared her fangs and brandished her claws. After Su Fengnian let go, he said recklessly, don't try to seduce me again and again. I can't marry you. Do you want to marry into Bailiang and become a princess? Zhao Fengya spat and said aggressively, look in the mirror and see what you're like. Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, be careful that you don't marry Chen Zhibao. Princess Sui Zhu was stunned for a moment. Then, her limpid eyes overflowed with unconcealable fear and panic. Su Fengnian turned and walked away, saying, I was just saying. But I always jinx it. Zhao Fengya caught up and punched Su Fengnian hard in the back. Su Fengnian did not respond and turned to the carriage. Princess Sui Zhu gritted her teeth and said, do you know that there is a 6-character prophecy in the Imperial Astronomer? Rats eat food. Shu eats cold. Su Fengnian turned his head and said with a smile, then why don't you hurry up and become the Princess of Shu? Zhao Fengya sneered and said, can you really let this happen? Once Chen Zhibao becomes a relative of the imperial family, even if you become the king of Beiliang, will you have a good day? Su Fengyan blinked and turned back to whisper in her ear, Su Xiao also asked me to pass a message to you. If you are really forced to be sent to Shishu, tell him. Princess Sui Zhu did not fight back for the first time. She blinked and whispered, you're not lying to me? Su Fengyan said seriously, of course I'm lying to you. Zhao Fengya almost fainted from anger and shouted that she would beat him to death. Her elegant and luxurious white embroidered robe was stained with dust from countless footprints. She leaned against the wall and could only watch the bastard walk away. She cursed, rats eat food, eat you up. The king of Shu will kill Prince Liang and kill you. Unexpectedly, the bastard had not gone far before he turned around and opened his mouth, saying 3 words silently. It's true. Zhao Fengya found that she had never felt so disgusted with the enemy in front of her. She told herself that she pitied him because his hair turned white at such a young age. And after his hair turned white, he did not look ugly. Instead, he looked even better. Zhao Fengya wrinkled her nose and squatted along the wall in a daze. She wanted to cry and laugh. Chapter 726. If you want everyone in the world to know you, it's simple, impeach the butcher. If you want to become famous in the capital overnight, it's simple, scold the king of Beiliang. Jean Lanting, who had risen to the center of the imperial court, was undoubtedly the best example. There were 2 memorial arches outside the imperial city. After the court session ended, the military officials entered the Jianghu memorial arches, while the civil officials entered the Jianghu memorial arches in an orderly manner. They each went to the yamen to deal with the affairs of the imperial court, but they soon returned. Other than a few big shots in the capital who sat calmly on the fishing platform, ignoring the disturbance on the central axis of the imperial road, even a large number of disciples turned their horses around because there was a big show to watch. The Imperial College's students first blocked the path of the white-haired man with a sword, then 100 people, 1,000 people, surging like carps crossing the river. Jean Lanting, who would enter the Imperial College the next day, was as steady as a rock. He sat quietly in a carriage by the roadside, watching with folded arms. Huan Wen, who had already removed his position as the left chancellor, stood by the roadside with a smile. He didn't purposely block the scholar's desire, only saying a few words that were similar to the elders nagging that a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. The Imperial College's buildings were endless, and its scale was second to none between the Imperial City and the inner city. Even the yamen of the 6 departments couldn't compete with it. In the past, once the Imperial students were agitated, it would become an extremely troublesome matter for the Imperial court. They were the court's own children, so it was useless to scold them. Among the Imperial students, there were many scholars who were well-read and eloquent, so it was even more difficult to scold them. The Imperial College had already vaguely surpassed the scholars' group of Gangnam-do, becoming the place of fish and dragons that produced the largest number of court officials in Liang. Not to mention the capital, even the entire Liang Imperial Court had never seen such an interesting confrontation. Thousands of Imperial College students gathered on the Royal Road. They were all the future pillars of the country. If nothing unexpected happened, the outstanding ones among them would become the mainstays of Liang. Moreover, the number of people didn't decrease but increased instead. The formation was getting stronger and stronger, occupying all the angels. Naturally, their momentum was like a rainbow. In the Imperial College, there were many heavenly strategy chancellors who couldn't persuade these proud students who came from rich and poor families. What's more, they couldn't be said to have spared no effort in persuading them. Most of them were still happy to see them succeed. It was only because of their duty to supervise, impart knowledge and preach Tao that they lazily mentioned it. A few chancellors who didn't care about trifles and liked to mingle with the students of the Imperial College even joked that they would go to a certain street in the capital to buy some food to satisfy their cravings when they were free. The inaction of the officials of the Imperial College imperceptibly boosted the arrogance of the students of the Imperial College. Such a huge burst of scholarly spirit shook the imperial court and the common people. When some of the old adherents of West Chu who lived next to the Zhao family heard about it, they couldn't help but feel sad and happy at the same time. They couldn't help lamenting that the righteousness of the spring and autumn period was transferred to the Zhao family. It was only right for them to leave the sun and take over the world. One side had a lot of power and influence, while the other side appeared more and more lonely and pitiful. The heir of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, stood on the axis of the world. He took down the Bailiang saber he received from Su Shao. The saber didn't leave its scabbard. Instead, he placed both hands on the hilt of the saber and stood there leaning on the saber. He had once guarded Dunhuang alone with a sword. Today, he stood alone with a saber on the Imperial Road, blocking 10,000 people alone. Almost half of the Imperial College flooded into the Imperial Road and piled up densely. They originally thought that after this hedonistic son of rich parents saw their magnificent momentum, he would be scared witless and run away like a rat. Who would have thought that he would really be beaten until his face was swollen and stubbornly endure it? It was just as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any leeway to show off. They heard from the chancellors of the Imperial College, who had returned from the imperial court, that this son of rich parents actually carried a saber to court. This was simply absurd. They couldn't afford to offend the second emperor, Lame Su. They couldn't afford to offend Chen Jibao, who had won the public support after leaving Liang and entering Shu. How could they not dare to teach this unscrupulous son of rich parents a lesson? Even if they didn't drown him with saliva today, they would still make him leave behind that infamous Bailiang saber that killed people like flies. A Confucian scholar took a step forward and angrily asked, "I heard that Bailiang released news that you killed the king of the northern courtyard, Su Huainan, at the Ruoshui River and killed the fifth raccoon of the Bubang Mountain in the Ruren Mountains. Do you dare to swear to the heavens that these rumors are true?" Su Fengnian didn't say anything. The Confucian scholar took 3 steps forward to beat a drowning dog. He pressed on, "Don't talk about killing 2 people. When did you, Su Fengnian, go to Beimang? Can you tell us?" Chapter 727. This was the first time most people had seen the Northern Liang heir in person. If not for the fact that they knew of Ren Tu's identity as the eldest son of the first wife, and that countless Northern Liang scholars had gone to the capital to complain about this person's absurd behavior, they would probably be jealous of him if they met him on the road. Or perhaps they would secretly praise him as a romantic and handsome guy. His appearance was truly unruly. Especially when he wore the 5-clawed, 9-serpent patchwork clothes of a vassal prince bestowed upon him by the emperor, he truly looked outstanding. However, this person's misdeeds were too numerous to be recorded. When the previous emperor passed away, Mount Qingliang was brightly lit with singing and dancing. The whole city knew about it. Last time when he traveled to Jiangnan, he used a horse to drag a talented scholar to death. He also ordered his retainers to kill on Guangling Road, and blood flowed like a river. After he turned 20, he didn't show any restraint. He didn't have the slightest bit of gentleness, respect, and frugality. It was only said that every day in the Wutong'an Bailiang Palace, there were chaste women who committed suicide by jumping into wells. It was only said that in recent years, before the hereditary succession, he had already begun to sell official positions and titles. He sold them according to the weight of the official's hat, and then took them to the brothel to buy music. How could this kind of scholar have the right to carry a sword to the palace? With the jackals and wolves in the way, where were the scholars in the world? The Confucian scholar, who had always been known as an invincible contestant in the Imperial College, didn't show the slightest bit of fear because of the white-haired man's bravado. He only thought it was funny. This was the capital under the emperor's feet. How could it allow an empty-bellied foreigner to come here and show off his power? The Confucian scholar took 3 heavy steps forward again. His scholarly demeanor that didn't fear power was admirable. The ever-thickening formation behind him also took 3 steps forward. The sound was dull. Those martial artists who only knew how to fight for power in the spring and autumn period sank the land of Shenzhou. We scholars will pull back the land of Shenzhou and raise the 5 mountains. The Confucian scholar only felt that the righteousness in his chest was about to shoot up to the sky. He raised his arm and pointed at the silent man in white. He said sternly, "The emperor of Great Qin sat on the peak of the world's power, but he was still controlled by ordinary people. How can I, Liang, follow in his footsteps? The imperial court respects you, Bailiang, everywhere. When has Bailiang ever respected the imperial court? The heavenly calamity is a vile character, allowing him to succeed." Bailiang's saber quietly sank an inch into the ground. Su Fengnian smiled indifferently and said, "A gentleman should not be so harsh." His voice wasn't loud, but it was heard clearly by Imperial Dao. A few knowledgeable people immediately looked at him in a new light. The Confucian scholar sneered, "The word gentleman coming out of your mouth is the biggest joke in the world. Su Fengnian, since you're unwilling to answer my 2 questions, I'll ask you again. Do you want to know the crimes you've committed in Bailiang over the years?" As expected, the nearly 10,000 students of the Imperial College saw that this fellow was speechless. They didn't dare to say anything, let alone have the courage to refute. Jean Lanting lifted the carriage's curtain, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Even you, Su Fengnian, have a day like this. Back then in Bailiang, you made me suffer such humiliation, so you deserve to be despised by tens of thousands of people. When I enter the Imperial College, I'm going to make you, Su Fengnian, and Su Xiao, father and son, have their names tarnished in the history books, going down in infamy for thousands of years. In the future, when I, third young master Jean, also have students all over the court like Grand Secretary Zhang, when I go write history books, I'll definitely make you 2 into traitors. Old Master Huanwen wasn't tall, so he could only pick up a stone stool to stand on and stretch his neck to look over. No one would think that this old man was rejoicing in other people's misfortune. They only felt that Chancellor Huan was just as witty and wise as before. Even the students of the Imperial College who had just entered the Imperial College looked down on that Bailiang heir, feeling that they were a cut above him. Why would Tantanon and Huanwen need to be concerned? However, looking at old Master Huan's smiling face, outsiders didn't know what this old man, who had been in the officialdom for a long time, was truly thinking. Bailiang's blade had already sunk 3 CUN into the ground. Su Fengnian's hands were only holding the blade's hilt. The Confucian scholar seemed to have received help from the heavens. Even though he was still a scholar without the status of an official, his aura was astonishing. He continued forward until he was less than 100 steps away from that Bailiang heir. Just as he was about to speak again about the teachings of the saints and the words of morality, he didn't expect that the white-haired heir, who was pretending to be deaf and mute, would actually take the initiative to speak up. "I'm afraid the nail won't go deep, I'm afraid the nail won't come out." Most of the students of the Imperial College were smart people who were good at speaking tactfully. As soon as they heard this, they knew that he was mocking the Imperial Court for getting rid of Bailiang after it had outlived its usefulness. Su Fengnian continued calmly, "I only know that during the spring and autumn period, more than 300,000 soldiers under Su Zhao's command died on the battlefield. During the Jianghu period, more than 100,000 soldiers died on the battlefield. In the following 10 years, more than 80,000 soldiers died on the battlefield. It's fine if you scold me, Su Fengnian, for having no talent, no virtue, no morals, and no ambition. But have you ever remembered where the bones of these 500,000 people were buried? There are tens of thousands of scholars in the Imperial College, all year round, they sing praises of peace and prosperity. Have you ever written a eulogy for 500,000 people?" The Confucian scholar's face flushed red. He angrily said, 500,000 people sacrificed their lives for the country. They died a worthy death. What does that have to do with you, Su Fengnian? Su Fengnian calmly said, "I will guard the northwest for the Central Plains. Outside of Bailiang's 3 prefectures, I will not suffer the calamity of Bailiang's million-strong iron cavalry. The Confucian scholar was about to criticize him when Su Fengnian had already lightly pulled out Bailiang's blade. Borrowing the anger of 10,000 people to nurture the intent of one blade. In an instant, the imperial path tore through 200 zhang. In the middle of the imperial path, people and horses were thrown off their feet. It was very lively. Many Imperial College students climbed out of the gully with difficulty, cursing and swearing loudly. Su Fengnian hung his cold blade and slowly advanced along the edge of the gully that had been cleaved open with one strike of his blade. Passing by the trembling Confucian scholar, Su Fengnian did not look sideways. He only smiled gently and said, "Whether or not I killed the 5th raccoon, you can ask yourself when you're dead." The Confucian scholar's lips turned purple as he sat down on the ground. Inside the carriage, Jean Lanting seemed to see the crown prince of Bailiang glancing at him coldly. He was so scared that his wrist trembled and he threw down the curtain. The right chancellor of the Imperial College's face was pale. He put on a strong front and said, "Su Fengnian, the achievements that I, Jean Lanting, have today have nothing to do with you. Don't think that you can be so arrogant because of your strength." Huan Wen, who was standing on the stone stool, rubbed his cheeks and muttered to himself, "Although there are 10,000 people, I will still go forward. It's not that a Confucian scholar has surpassed a Confucian scholar. What a good guarding the northwest, only guarding the country's gate for the people." Passing through the 10,000 Imperial College students without any obstruction, the white-clothed, white-haired man stepped into the front of the carriage. This crown prince of Bailiang, who had bowed for a long time in front of the 600 Bailiang soldiers and refused to stand up, turned around to face the 10,000 people of the Imperial College in front of everyone's eyes and spat heavily. Chapter 728. Before the beginning of winter, it was already snowing heavily, covering the graceful woman of Great Peace City with a white fox fur coat. In this half a year, the capital was in an uproar. Not mentioning all kinds of rewards and promotions, the Bailiang heir dared to break the royal road. The imperial censors sent out impeachment memorials that flew like the snow in the sky, but they all sank into the ocean. Not a single one of them was approved by the imperial pen. The Daoist priests in the city all said that Su Fengnian relied on the power of the Yin monsters and would not be liked by the gods. They spoke with certainty and made the people of the city who were busy making up for their winter customs to thank the gods believe it without a doubt. Other than that, there was another grand event that shook the capital. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Liu Baijie, and the wanderer who had lost 3 battles and 3 defeats, were having a sword duel on the eagle-pressing platform. The Son of Heaven personally allowed Minister Liu to take a day off. Before the two went up the eagle-pressing platform to compete, it was the beginning of the snow. Assistant Minister Liu, dressed in scholarly attire, carried a sword and floated over. It was no wonder the saying that one sword was full of immortal energy. Some of the people in the capital who originally thought this member of the Jiangnan Liu family was not qualified to be an official of the Ministry of War were also impressed by the elegance of Liu Baijie, who had yet to use his sword. Then it was the sloppy swordsman that went up the platform. He finally changed into something that was not so sloppy and bright. This guy first defeated the female sword attendant of the Wu family sword tomb, then defeated the swordsman of the capital, Qi Jiajie, and defeated the Dongyue sword pool by Jiangshan 3 times. He already had the title of Wen Busheng. Speaking of it, it was strange. This guy's appearance and bearing were not likable, especially not favored by women. But after losing 3 battles in a row, he was very popular in the lower levels of the city. When Wen Busheng slowly went up the platform, there were people in the crowd who shouted loudly that Wen Busheng should win at least once this time. The down-and-out swordsman surnamed Wen immediately cursed back, "Go fuck your mother." The spectators came from all walks of life. Regardless of age, most of the women frowned in disdain. On the other hand, the coarse men all cheered loudly, waving flags and shouting battle cries for her. This time, the Eagle Press platform was a good place to enjoy the snow and view the scenery. In addition, Liu Baijie had an illustrious official status, and there were rumors that several princes would quietly come to the Eagle Press platform in plain clothes. There were also rumors that the beautiful Li Baisher, who was both beautiful and beautiful, would personally come with great fanfare. Therefore, compared to the previous 3 times, the Eagle Press platform was a boiling cauldron of voices. However, everyone was well aware that in fact, they were all curiously anticipating the appearance of Bailiang's heir apparent who carried a saber. After the court assembly ended that day, the son of a vassal surnamed Su only had a duel with the Imperial College. For the commoners, how could it be satisfying enough? They all thought that this time, they would cause a ruckus on the Eagle Press platform and be entangled by the son of an official in the capital. Before the duel, Su Fengnian had already walked out of the Demoyai post house and was prepared to take a carriage to the Eagle Press platform to join in the fun. However, he saw an extremely poor old Confucian squatting under the dragon claw locust tree and felt uneasy. Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily. After a moment of hesitation, he returned to the rear courtyard of the post house and asked Blue Bird to warm a pot of yellow wine. Su Fengnian had a photographic memory, so he remembered who the old scholar waiting outside the post house was. That year when he left Mount Huishan on the boat to the riverbank, his second sister, Su Weisheng, was bringing the dragon sand from the Earth-Lung Mountain, which had been sealed off for 500 years, to Shangyin Academy. This Liu Wenbao, a remnant of the southern Tang dynasty, received a review from Su Weisheng. When he volunteered himself, he kept mentioning Zhang Jiulu, Zhao Yuling, Wang Xiongui, Yuan Gua, Han Lin, and other important ministers of the imperial court. He threatened to use the power of the prime minister as a starting point to analyze the important matters of the imperial court. At the time, Su Fengnian didn't like the old scholar's shocking words and refused to let him go. He didn't expect that after the old man returned to his hometown, he nimbly ran over to the capital to block him. It was obvious how much he cared about fame and fortune. When it was close to noon, Tong Ziliang and his little daughter walked into the courtyard with several large mahogany food boxes. It was almost the beginning of winter, and the popular food in the capital was stewed mutton and dumplings. In addition to these two, there was also a pot of fragrant and tender ginger duck. Su Fengnian had changed into casual clothes and was sitting under the eaves, admiring the snow. When he saw the father and daughter bring in lunch, he walked over to help the panting delicate and pretty woman take the slightly scalding food box. Ordinary people couldn't afford to use this kind of expensive food box, which was almost made of royal wood. Tong Ziliang had also borrowed it from someone else. After all, he had to be worthy of his status as the heir of Bailiang to be at ease. The graceful woman, whose appearance wasn't as rough as Tong Ziliang's, blushed as she handed over the food box. She twisted her hands behind her back, gently wiping away the burning sensation on her fingertips. Ever since His Royal Highness learned of her name, he would always make fun of her with little Nian, which made her blush with embarrassment. Blue Bird had already moved out a table and a stool under the eaves. Su Fengnian smiled and invited Tong Ziliang and Tong Ziliang to eat together. Tong Ziliang didn't dare and waved his hand to decline, but he still couldn't win against His Royal Highness' insistence. He could only go against the rules and sit on the bench with his daughter. Su Fengnian, Blue Bird, and Xianyuan Qingfeng each sat on one side of the table. When they opened the lid of the food box, it was steaming hot. Tong Ziliang picked up his chopsticks and quietly reported, "Your Highness, there's an old scholar standing guard under a tree outside the post house. Come, little Nian, I'm a guest. Your host should try it first." Su Fengnian used his chopsticks to tear open the stewed duck that was so fragrant that the ginger couldn't cover the fragrance of the meat. He picked up a piece and put it into the young woman's bowl first. He then nodded at Tong Ziliang and said, "I know who that person is. You don't have to pay attention to the post house." Chapter 729. Tong Ziliang nodded and smiled when he saw his daughter blushing and not daring to touch her chopsticks. He didn't have any ulterior motives when he brought her to this courtyard. He simply wanted her to see the general's eldest son. Strangely enough, his older brothers and sisters didn't dare or were unwilling to come after the first time they came to this courtyard. This made Tong Ziliang so angry that he smashed his bowl and chopsticks when he got home. However, his children had grown up and were no longer as obedient as their father when they were young. Since his youngest daughter wasn't afraid, Tong Ziliang couldn't be happier and was happy to have the opportunity to play matchmaker. As for his daughter's first awakening of love, Tong Ziliang was a crude person. Even though he saw it with his eyes and knew it in his heart, he didn't know how to say it out loud. He only thought that Her Highness hadn't lived here for long, and as she grew older, it was like the snow in the courtyard that melted on its own without needing to be cleaned. After eating a sumptuous lunch, Tong Ziliang stood up and left, telling his daughter to clean up the dishes slowly. Su Fengnian looked at the old scholar tree in the courtyard and quickly spread a layer of snow over it. He turned to Blue Bird and said, "Take a pouch of silver and throw it to Lu Wenbao outside the courtyard. Don't say anything." Blue Bird nodded and went back to her room to pack a small pouch of silver before quietly leaving the courtyard. Xianyuan Qingfeng looked at the leftover food on the table and asked, "The grace of a meal is more valuable than a pouch of silver. Are you trying to buy people's hearts like this? Isn't it a bit clumsy?" Su Fengnian smiled and shook his head. The rich and powerful families raise their soldiers just like how a distinguished scholar trains a young maid or trains an eagle to train a horse. It's the same. You have to grind away their arrogance first, but you can't grind away their backbone as well. I can't open the door to just anyone. I have to know how much pride and backbone these fellows who work hard for glory, splendor, wealth, and status have. If Lu Wenbao threw down the silver and left in a rage, not forgetting to curse me for not knowing what's good for him before he left, then that would be his pride and backbone. This kind of pedantic scholar deserves to never be able to make a name for himself. But if he accepted the money, groveled and begged Blue Bird to see me, and boasted about how much real talent he had, I really wouldn't care. Bailiang had no need of people who wrote splendid essays and sang praises of virtue. In that barren land, a life of rigid study would not last long, and a crafty scholar would be of no use to Bailiang. Let's bet and see what kind of attitude this Lu Wenbao has. How about 100 taels of gold? When Xiao Chong, who had been listening intently, heard the price of 100 taels of gold, his jaw dropped. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered. "Sure. I bet this rotten old scholar won't even take the food given to him. He'll ignore it and continue to wait in the snow." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "Then I bet that he will take the money and continue to wait for me to change my mind." Blue Bird quickly walked back and said softly, "Lu Wenbao accepted the money and said that he would first go back to fill his stomach and buy a warm mink fur coat before coming back to wait for you. Before he left, he even asked me if there were any leftovers in the post house. If there were, he could just save some expenses." Xiao Chong covered his mouth and laughed. Xianyuan Qingfeng clicked his tongue and said, "This old man's skin is really thick. Birds of a feather flock together with you. In the future, there's an 80% chance you'll have a good chat." Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Even if we don't win or lose, let's do it. How about we make another bet? We'll add another 100 taels to the bet. Let's bet on how many days this Lu Wenbao will wait. Of course, that's if I ignore him before then." Xianyuan Qingfeng said calmly, "Then I'll have to know how many days you'll stay in the capital." Without waiting for Su Fengnian to reply, she said confidently, "I bet that the old man will wait for as long as you stay in the capital." Su Fengnian stood up and stretched out his hand to catch the cold snowflakes. "I hope I lose. 200 taels of gold for a true scholar. Bailiang won't lose out." Su Fengnian stood under the eaves and stretched out his hand to catch the snow. Unknowingly, he caught a handful of snow. The girl, who was also a young girl, watched without blinking. When he turned around to ask her, she was completely unaware. Xianyuan Qingfeng chose a rattan chair and lay down. He held his forehead and looked at the snow while swaying. Su Fengnian waved his hand in front of the sweet-tempered girl with a warm expression. She finally came back to her senses. She was so ashamed that she wanted to hide in the snow. Su Fengnian knew that she was thin-skinned and was completely different from the one lying on the chair beside him. He repeated, "I heard that you learned the Guqin. Can you lend it to me?" She bit her lip and nodded. "I'll go get it for you." Su Fengnian smiled warmly. "It doesn't matter if you walk a little slower." Although the girl nodded vigorously, she still turned around and ran away. It was obvious that she didn't listen to him. Xianyuan Qingfeng twitched the corner of his mouth and slowly said, "Infatuated." The girl ran quickly with the Guqin. When she took off the cloth, her fingers were still trembling. Su Fengnian thanked her and took the new Guqin that wasn't very valuable. With a wave of his sleeve, the 12 flying swords hovered in the air and formed the Guqin. Su Fengnian closed his eyes and hung his arms in the air. He wasn't in a hurry to play the Guqin. Bailiang had millions of households. How many of them were wrapped in iron clothes and withered bones? Listen to who's beating the beauty drum and see who's the butcher of the Yang realm. Who can sleep with the stars in the sky? Su Fengnian lowered his head. His eyes were red and his lips were trembling. He suddenly hit the Guqin with one hand. Knock! It was a brilliant Bailiang spirit-suppressing song. The sound of the Guqin in the snow was like the thunderous hooves of the Bailiang cavalry. An old Confucian scholar was squatting under the dragon claw locust tree in the Dima Wei Inn. He bought an old mink fur coat from a pawn shop and was stuffing meat buns into his mouth. After hearing the Guqin, he slowly stopped wolfing down the food and leaned against the cold old locust tree. He closed his eyes and softly said, "How nice it would be to have a pot of green ants." Chapter 730. In a secluded courtyard, the swordsman Chui Hua, who liked to close her eyes when she was not pickling pickled vegetables, stood under the eaves to admire the snow. The green-clothed swordsman Wu Luding squatted on the steps, waiting for the bastard to return from the sword competition. In the midst of the snowstorm, the wanderer who had used his silver to exchange for a set of clean clothes pushed open the door and entered in a sloppy manner. After entering, he patted the snow off his shoulders. Wu Luding touched on a sore spot and asked, "Wen Busheng, you lost again?" The wooden sword Wen Hua, who had an additional sword at his waist, glared at him and said, "What are you talking about? 6 vats, you're just a man who lives off a woman. If you don't have Chui Hua and pickled vegetables, see if I don't cut you to death." The Wu family sword crown, who had no objection to this, said with a smile, "Oh, where did you pick up this sword? Look at it, it's not vague at all. Let me take a look." Wen Hua said carelessly, "My sword is my little wife. Can you touch it as you please?" The corner of Chui Hua's mouth curled up. Wu Luding, who had a frivolous temperament, clicked his tongue and said, "Then this time you brought back a new wife. Aren't you afraid that you'll like the new and dislike the old, and that your old wife will be jealous?" Wen Hua slapped the wooden sword. "Nonsense. I've always liked the new and not the old." "No, I like the old and not the new. The name of this new sword is very big. If I tell you, I'm afraid you'll be scared to death. Although it's a good sword, compared to this wooden sword of mine that has been with me for more than 10 years, it's still lacking." In the end, Wen Busheng did not disappoint. He was still unable to win the sword duel. However, this time, compared to the previous 3 defeats, it was a draw. Afterwards, Tang Shi Sword Immortal even gifted the ancient sword Ba Xiu to him. That brother did not hesitate and hung it on his waist without saying anything. The people of the capital were all used to this guy's indecent behavior of pulling out his pants in front of a sword duel. When he competed with Qi Jiajia in the sword duel, it was even more immoral. Qi Jiajia, who had been the #1 swordsman of the capital for many years, was just about to return the favor when Wen Busheng began to shout that he would not fight anymore. Then, without saying anything, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Not to mention the people of Jianghu who were watching the duel were dumbfounded. even Qi Jiajie himself did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was so shocked by the two swords that he broke out in cold sweat. After painstakingly withstanding the two swords that were both outstanding in terms of sword force and sword intent, he saw that kid run away without saying anything. The commoners who were watching the duel all laughed and booed. Wu Luding glanced at Liu Baijia's Ba Xiu sword and said with a smile, "Tens of thousands of wooden swords can't be exchanged for a sword forged from Tangxi sword furnace. Falling into your hands, you've really met the wrong person." Poor Ba Xiu, winking at a blind person. Wen Hua was in a good mood today, so he did not lower himself to the same level as the 6 vats. He jogged under the eaves to hide from the snow. He shook his sleeves and then turned his head to look at the female sword attendant who was clearly not blind but was pretending to be blind. He asked, "Cui Hua, why haven't you given your brother Wen a bowl of pickled cabbage noodles? You're too careless. In the future, when I become famous, even if you beg me to eat your pickled cabbage noodles and pickled cabbage fish, it'll still depend on my mood." The woman who usually did not open her eyes, but when she opened her eyes during the Battle of the Reed Marsh, she imitated Li Chuangong's two-sleeved green snake. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she turned around to go downstairs. Wen Hua squatted beside Wu Luding and muttered in a low voice, "6 vats, I only told you the truth because I treat you as half a friend. Cui Hua's appearance is average, and she can't compare to Miss Li, whom I like. However, Cui Hua's temper is good, and you're not tired of eating pickled cabbage. In any case, you won't have any great prospects in your lifetime. Being together with her, you'll be taking a huge advantage." Wu Luding smiled and said, "Only you, Wen Busheng, are allowed to have great prospects, but I, Wu Luding, am not allowed to have great achievements." Wen Hua had never avoided using words to hurt others. He said, "You're no good. You're far inferior to Cui Hua. I, Wen Hua, am incomparably accurate in judging people and swords." Wu Luding laughed in anger and said, "Why don't we have a match?" Wen Hua exploded like a wild cat. "Oh, you have Cui Hua backing you up. You're full of guts. Let's have a match. However, I'll say this first. I've easily defeated you in a single move, so don't get angry and ask me to move out of the courtyard. You're also not allowed to immediately return the money you used to buy the clothes. Also, you have to let me live in that large room of yours. I, Wen Hua, am now a great swordsman whose name resounds throughout the capital. I have to keep up with all the basic necessities." Wu Luding was tormented by Wen Hua's nagging to the point that he completely lost his temper. That little bit of competitive spirit that had just revealed its sharp edges rapidly vanished like smoke into thin air. He said helplessly, "Match my ass. I'm not going to compete. Even if I win against you, Wen Busheng, I don't have the slightest bit of benefit. If I lose, then I'll really fall into the latrine pit." Wen Hua laughed loudly and slapped the shoulder of the sword tomb with all his strength. "Are you afraid? It's fine, there's no shame." Wu Luding couldn't be bothered to waste his breath with this fellow. He closed his mouth and admired the goose feather-like snow that ceaselessly fell from the courtyard. Wen Hua suddenly thought of something. He took down the wooden sword and bent down to meticulously carve a word on the snow. He turned around and asked, "6 vats. Do you recognize it?" There was the word fortune on the snow. Wu Luding rolled his eyes in response. Wen Hua laughed to himself. "When I was roaming the Jianghu with my brother all those years ago, we stole sweet potatoes and roasted them for a big meal. After that, we comfortably took a dump in the wilderness. When we had nothing to do, he took a tree branch and wrote this word. Do you know what he said?" Wu Luding laughed lightly. "There's a saying for the word fortune." Chapter 731. Wen Hua's face was full of disdain as he said, "The word fu refers to clothes and a field. Do you understand what it means? It's a great fortune to not have to worry about food and clothing. The meaning here is great, you, 6 vats, naturally wouldn't understand. My brother has a lot of crooked guts, but in terms of appearance, he's even more handsome than me. However, he's also very knowledgeable. Give him a tattered Daoist robe and he can pretend to be a god and cheat people of their money. He can also gamble chess with people in small alleys or help people write letters. His handwriting is beautiful. I'm not boasting, but every time we go to shit or pee, that kid who knows feng shui points to a place with good feng shui before he unbuckles his belt. Tell me, even though I'm a little poor, isn't that awesome? Wu Luding looked at the falling snow that was trying to cover the word fu. He even waved his sword to the wanderer beside him, as if the sword had broken the vitality that connected heaven and earth. He smiled lightly and said, "These days, other than listening to you brag about how powerful your sword art is, I've also heard you talk about this young master called Xianyan. My ears are getting calluses." For the first time, Wen Hua said seriously, 6 vats, remember 2 things. You're not allowed to touch my wooden sword. Secondly, you're not allowed to speak ill of my brother. When I say good things about him, you can listen if you like, but if you don't, you can cover your ears. Wu Luding smiled warmly and said, "I like to hear it. Go ahead." Cuihua brought over a bowl of chewy pickled vegetable noodles. Wen Hua sheathed his wooden sword and took the bowl and chopsticks. With a few mouthfuls, he finished the bowl and returned it to the sword attendant. He licked his lips and smiled, "Give me another bowl, another bowl. Cuihua, with your skills, it's a pity that you don't become a chef. What's the point of practicing swordsmanship? In the future, you and 6 vat will open a small restaurant and I'll support you guys every day. Think about it, by that time, I'll definitely be one of the top swordsmanship masters in the world. If I support you guys, your business will definitely prosper." Wu Luding touched his forehead. He really wanted to kick this bastard to death. He had just eaten other people's pickled vegetable noodles and he still wanted to encourage Cuihua not to practice swordsmanship. He didn't want to cover up his limelight. Cuihua, on the other hand, smiled faintly and turned around to cook noodles for Wen Hua. Wen Hua wiped his mouth and sighed with emotion as he gazed at the fortune character that was gradually disappearing in the snow. "I promised old man Huang, who taught me how to practice the sword, that I would kill someone for him. After that, I would stop fooling around with him and live a good life with Miss Li. She said that she would marry me once I became the most famous swordsman in the world. In my opinion, after fighting with Cuihua, Qi Jiajia, and Bai Changjiang, wouldn't I become the most famous swordsman in the capital? In fact, it wasn't too difficult. After a few more years of practice, I would go out of the capital and find 6 or 9 swordsman masters and swordsman masters. After a round of swordsmanship, I would have the face to propose marriage to her. Apart from Xianyan, I don't have any other friends. When the time comes, if you're willing, you can come to my wedding. If you're not willing, then forget it. In any case, I don't care about your little gift money." Wu Luding nodded and said calmly, "I once overturned a boat with a pole on the river and intercepted a young man. Later on, when I was in Xiangfan City, I almost encountered him again. Unfortunately, he was also called Su Fengnian, His Royal Highness from Beiliang." Wen Hua laughed and said, "His Highness from Beiliang? Then my Xianyan can't compare to him. This brother of mine is just a young master from an ordinary and well-off family. He went out to study and got along as miserably as me." Wu Luding narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "What if it's the same person?" Wen Hua waved his hand and said without hesitation, "Impossible." After pausing for a moment, the wooden sword ranger said with a smile, "So what if it's the same person? He's not my brother?" Wen Hua's crotch was somewhat depressed. He stretched out his hand and groped, then said with a sigh, "What if it's really the same person? I won't be able to take out that erotic painting of mine." In the alley outside the small courtyard, the accumulated snow was deep. Squeaking sounds could be heard when one stepped on it. A carriage with ordinary decorations stopped. A corner of the curtain was lifted, and an old man and a peerless beauty who was reputed to be both beautiful and beautiful sat inside. The woman who was ranked in the rouge ranking smiled and said, "Let him kill Su Fengnian." It was precisely that old man Huang. His expression was calm as he nodded. The peerless beauty had a fragrant pouch with a white jade lion rolling an embroidered ball on her waist. After getting the answer, she sighed lightly. The old man's surname was Huang, his name was Longshi, and he called himself Huang Sanjia. He said with an expressionless face, after meeting Wen Hua, "Try your best to be virtuous and virtuous. You'll personally cook dinner." When he sent you off, he inadvertently said that your enemy is in Beiliang. However, don't say who exactly it is, lest you make a fool of yourself and spoil my plan. The white jade lion who won the title of the world's most famous courtesan smiled sweetly and said, "Then what should I do with the crown prince of Beiliang?" Huang Sanjia smiled and said, "I'll arrange for you to meet him at a suitable time and place. When the time comes, even if Su Fengnian doesn't want your chastity, you won't be able to have it anymore." Li Baisha restrained his smile and said calmly, "My life was given to me by you, teacher. Why would I care about that little bit of chastity?" The old man sat cross-legged on the ground and said, "Wen Hua doesn't value righteousness. He only values relationships. However, relationships in the world can be divided into the love between men and women and the love between brothers. I'd like to see if this kid is willing to give up his sword, which has the potential to become a land immortal, and his beloved woman in exchange for a brotherhood formed in a short span of a year." After she got off the carriage, she gathered the snow-white fox fur coat draped over her body and muttered, "How pitiful." The word "fortune" in the courtyard had disappeared. Chapter 732. The snow was unwilling to stop, as if a naughty child was crying non-stop. In the backyard of the Demoii post house, the dragon claw locust tree was covered in white. The young kamikaze built a snowman in the courtyard and used 2 pieces of charcoal as eyes. Su Fengnian saw Xianyuan Qingfeng rocking back and forth on the rattan chair. He didn't want her to be happy alone, so he asked Tong Zhui to bring another rattan chair into the courtyard. The two of them chatted while lying under the eaves. When Tong Ziliang brought the chair over, Su Fengnian asked a few questions about the sword duel between Liu Baijia, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. He was lying on the chair, muttering to himself, surnamed Wan, carrying a wooden sword. "Don't tell me you're Wen Hua." Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered. "Him?" Su Fengnian was unhappy. He squinted. "What's wrong with Wen Hua? When the 3 of us met at the lantern market, I didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. How are you any better? What about me now? I stole the so-called Confucian noble spirit to nurture my saber intent, then borrowed the strength of my nascent soul to tear 2,000 feet apart on the imperial path. Tell me more about yourself." Xianyuan Qingfeng remained silent. Su Fengnian suddenly smiled. "Bringing you to the capital this time can't hide from those sneaky eyes. This can be considered your second pledge of allegiance. I'll find a chance to compensate you later." Xianyuan Qingfeng turned around and smiled playfully. "I just realized that doing business with you isn't a loss." Su Fengnian smiled. "That's true." Xianyuan Qingfeng asked curiously, "You brought a Beiliang saber this time. Why didn't you bring the spring thunder? Why did you only bring the spring autumn?" Su Fengnian said calmly, "You only have 2nd-level inner force. Why would I bring so many weapons? Do you think I'm a weapon store owner?" Xianyuan Qingfeng sneered. "You're lying through your teeth. What's 12 flying swords?" Su Fengnian said helplessly, "The spring-autumn is in my hands. It's very difficult." Xianyuan Qingfeng asked, "What do you mean?" Su Fengnian gently exhaled, blowing away a few snowflakes that had flown diagonally under the eaves. He calmly said, "I don't know why, but from time to time, there will be a trembling sound in spring and autumn." Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't ask any more questions. She didn't covet that sword at all. Su Fengnian continued, "At first, I wanted to give this sword to the old man with the sheepskin fur coat. Later, when he died, I thought that it would be good to give it to Dong Tai as a return gift. However, I reckon that he wouldn't accept it. Moreover, I might not be able to see him again in this lifetime. I'm just thinking that if I were to meet that brat Wenhua, I might as well just give it to him. It's easy for him to abduct women when he goes out and shows off his wealth. The purple-robed Xianyuan Qingfeng reclined on the chair with his eyes closed. I really don't know why a dignified heir of Bailiang would care so much about a good-for-nothing debauchee. Su Fengnian smiled and narrowed his phoenix eyes. The haze in his heart these days was swept away. He said softly, "It's good that you don't understand." The woman in the fox fur coat lightly knocked on the door. Wu Luding, who had been crouching under the eaves in a daze, frowned. After releasing the door, he lazily said, "Come in." Li Baisher lowered her head and stepped over the wooden door. She performed a curtsy toward the Wu family's sword crown. Wu Luding called Wen Busheng into the room. Someone was looking for him. Wenhua, who was lying on the bed admiring the Ba Xiu ancient sword, put on his wooden sword and walked out while cursing. When he saw the woman in the courtyard, he was pleasantly surprised. He didn't try to hide anything and jogged over with an embarrassed smile. He stopped a few steps in front of her and said, "Miss Li, why have you come? Let me know in advance so that I can borrow money from 6 vats and find a bigger place to entertain guests. In any case, lending him 10 taels is no different than lending him 100 taels. It's fate that brings men of the Jianghu together, so we can't be stingy. Don't you think so? 6 vats I picked up from the side of the road?" Wu Luding looked at the rogue wanderer who was trying his best to signal him with his eyes. He just rolled his eyes and turned to look at the other side of the courtyard wall. Li Baisher held a bamboo basket of fresh fruits and vegetables in her hand. In the basket, there were also a few carps that had been chiseled out of the lake not long ago. They were still alive and kicking when strung through the gills with a straw rope. She said softly, "Have you eaten? If you haven't, I'm not going the same way this time. But I can make you a meal while I'm at it." Wenhua, who had only eaten 2 bowls of pickled vegetable noodles, scratched his head and said, "I ate 2 bowls of noodles, but it didn't help." Li Baisher smiled sweetly. "I'll make it for you now. If it doesn't suit your taste, just say it directly. Next time, you can make up for your mistakes." Wenhua said with a mischievous smile, "Don't worry. I'm not a hypocritical person. I always say what I want to say." Chapter 733. She softly glanced at him. Wenhua recalled the first time the two of them met and laughed involuntarily. She walked towards the inner room and just so happened to brush past the sword-made Shui Hua. Between women, they would only nod and stop. Li Baisher, who was rarely seen by the capital's famous scholars, actually went to cook. Wu Luding squatted, Shui Hua stood, and Wenhua was at a loss of what to do at the door. After hesitating for a long time, he still came to Wu Luding's side and leaned against the pillar whose red paint had long been peeled off. It was snowing heavily. After Wenhua practiced swordsmanship, he did not know how high his achievements were, but now he was no longer afraid of the cold. However, he still subconsciously pulled his sleeves. As a small person who was used to living a poor life, every time it snowed heavily in winter, his clothes were thin and he had nowhere to hide. He would gnash his teeth in hatred and wish he could pull down God and beat him up. Not to mention the expensive fur coat on Li Baisher's body, the poor people could not even bear to burn a stove of charcoal. Back then, Wenhua lived under someone else's roof and endured the years together with his brother and sister-in-law. His sister-in-law despised him for not doing his job properly and his heart was higher than the sky. His brother always protected him, but it was inevitable that he would be nagged by his sister-in-law. Wenhua also knew his own virtue. His mouth was mean and his words were vicious. He had never said a few good words to his sister-in-law. In fact, she was not a bad person. For so many years, she had let him eat and drink for free. Although her words were a little unpleasant, she had never really thought of driving him out of the house to suffer. Therefore, his brother was not a person inside and outside. In a fit of anger, Wen Hua ran away from home and did a lot of sneaky things. Then, he bumped into little Nian. At that time, they were stealing melons from a melon farm. Both of them had a guilty conscience and fought with wits for a long time. Only then did he know that they were the same kind of people. That melon farm was completely destroyed. After they got together, little Nian always teased him that he would pounce on any woman with breasts and buttocks. Such love at first sight was worthless. How could Wen Hua understand love? It was just like how a starving person would think that a steamed bun was the most delicious food in the world. During that bleak but not lonely journey, the number of times he fell in love at first sight could not be counted with his 2 hands. When the two parted, little Nian said that all good things must come to an end. Wen Hua's eyes turned sour at that time. In addition, he also felt that it was not a good thing to always follow little Nian to eat and drink, so he happily turned around and traveled alone in Jianghu, all the way to the northwest. Then, he met Miss Li near Xiangfan City. The first time he saw her, she came down from a luxurious carriage and bent over to put a piece of silver into the broken bowl of a little beggar with a broken leg. At that time, Wen Hua saw her not only give the money, but also smiled and touched the little beggar's head. At that time, Wen Hua told himself that this love at first sight was his last time. Because little Nian, who liked to talk nonsense and convince people the most, once said that it was not a big deal for a woman to be beautiful. If a beautiful woman had a good heart, if he did not snatch her home and love her dearly, she deserved to be struck by lightning. At that time, Wen Hua rushed forward without thinking of his own safety and stopped the carriage on the street. As usual, he used the 3 tricks of a ruffian in the marketplace to tease a woman from a good family. There was nothing new about it. He asked the young lady's name, young lady's age, and where did she live. However, Wen Hua also added that he was a wanderer who was determined to practice swordsmanship and become a peerless swordsman. He did not act shamelessly and only hoped that the young lady could wait for a few more years until he made a name for himself. If there was no news of him after a few years, then she did not have to wait for him. At first, Wen Hua thought that only a fool would believe his sincere words. However, the young lady really told him her name and even asked him if he did not mind that she was a woman from a brothel. Wen Hua said that he did not mind. Then, she said that she would wait for him for 3 years. She really did wait for him for 3 years. When they met again, it was already in the vast capital. Wen Hua had suffered countless supercilious looks. Even if he was ridiculed as when bushing, at least there were no small fish or shrimps who could not treat him as a dish. When Wen Hua practiced swordsmanship, he did not seek profit or money. He only sought fame, and he only sought to vent the anger that he had suppressed for too many years. Su Fengnian said that eating, drinking, and defecating was not the most common thing in a person's life. Instead, it was the inhalation and exhalation. When it was the last time that one exhaled without inhaling, one would die with one's eggs facing the sky. At that time, the exhalation before death was manly. There seemed to be a saying about how wine entered one's intestines, one inhaled sword aura, and one exhaled to destroy the 5 great mountains. The first half was straightforward, Wen Hua remembered it clearly. However, the second half was sour, so he could not remember it too clearly. After practicing swordsmanship with old man Huang, he had been fiercely suppressing his anger. He gritted his teeth, thinking about how he could one day exhale and shake the Jianghu, make that Miss Li look at him with admiration, and make Xiaonian feel that he, Wen Hua, had not made friends with him in vain. The new Dong Tai's peach blossom branch was an invincible killing sword. Wen Hua did not want to learn it. The old god of swords, Li Chuangong's swordsmanship was for the later generations to split open the mountains, meet water, and boil water. He could not learn it. Wen Hua only wanted to practice his own swordsmanship. He wanted to practice his swordsmanship, marry his beloved wife, and live a stable life. Then he would have a good reunion with his brother, Su Fengnian, and slowly repay the debt of wine, meat, and kindness from that year. Li Baisher made a table full of dishes, which looked, smelled, and tasted good. Looking at them, even if Wen Hua was not hungry, he still felt hungry. He wolfed down the food. She only picked up a few vegetables with her chopsticks, and then stopped moving her chopsticks. She only looked at this young man. She wanted to laugh, but she could not. On the other hand, Wen Hua picked up some food with his chopsticks for her. He said with a smile, "Eat more. Your body is important. It doesn't matter if you get fat. In any case, you're too good-looking. It doesn't matter if you don't look good a little bit." This time, Li Baisher finally smiled. The meal in the shabby alley and shabby room quickly came to an end. She did not forget to clean up the bowls and chopsticks like a diligent and thrifty housewife. She only took the basket and left. Wen Hua naturally wanted to see her off, but she only saw him off to the alley outside the courtyard. They were silent the whole way. Before turning the corner, she said softly, "Wen Hua, remember to become the most famous swordsman in the world. You promised me." Wen Hua nodded heavily and said, "Don't worry about this. I even dare to kill the emperor. If worst comes to worst, I'll wander the world with you." He smiled and hurriedly added, "As long as you're willing." Li Baisher nodded and lowered her head. Her expression was complicated. When she raised her head, her eyes were clear. She said softly, "You're not allowed to see me off. Can you do that?" Wen Hua smiled and said, "I'll listen to you. But you have to be careful on the road." Li Baisher smiled charmingly. "That year, after the carriage I rode in moved, I secretly saw you standing behind it for a long time. This time you go first. I'll wait for you." Wen Hua laughed loudly and turned to leave. He did not drag his feet. He dragged his feet with snow and mud. Li Baisher gently clasped her hands and exhaled. She waited for Wen Hua to enter the courtyard before turning the corner and entering the carriage. She was somewhat stunned when she saw that the old man was still there. Wuxia Xianxia said in a flat tone, "I went to the vicinity of the lower horse way once and was targeted by that half-inch tongue of Yuan Benshi. There are some things that have to be done in advance." Li Baisher said with a trembling voice, "You're going to tell Wen Hua directly just like that?" But the sword crown and sword attendant of the Wu family's sword tomb are still in the courtyard. Huang Longshi said with a smile, "I intercepted and killed Su Fengnian in the Xiangfan city's reed marsh. These two people were originally one of my moves to move the sword tomb. Sit with me for a while. After about 2 hours, I'll go to the courtyard. You wait for news. When you return, open this brocade pouch." Li Baisher took the brocade pouch. Her hands and feet were ice-cold. 2 hours later, Huang Longshi slowly walked down from the carriage. The carriage gradually went far away, disappearing into the wind and snow. Huang Longshi was not in a hurry to enter the courtyard. Instead, he walked back and forth in the alley twice before pushing the door open. After a short period of time, a young man with a broken arm, a lame leg, and all the tendons and veins in his body, left with only one life left. He only carried the wooden sword that originally belonged to him and left the courtyard. There was a long trail of blood on the snow in the alley. In Laozi's hometown, if you borrow money, you have to pay back 12 or 13 taels. You taught me, Wen Hua, how to use a sword. I'll cripple all my martial arts and return you an arm and a leg. In the courtyard, he said these words to the old man Huang. Then this bloody man in the snow squatted down dejectedly at the corner. Beside his hand was only a wooden sword stained with blood. The young wanderer's eyes were blurred with tears. He smiled mournfully and stood up. He aimed the wooden sword at the wall and fiercely broke it. After that, there was no more news of Wen Hua in Jianghu. This wooden sword wanderer whose name shook the world as soon as he appeared in Jianghu left Jianghu in the most resolute and desolate manner in one night. In the bone-piercing snow, he said to himself one last time, "I won't practice the sword anymore.